How we all lolling, bruh? Hold on. What's up, fellas? I'll get the hat, bruh. Put on the funny hat. One second. Un momento. Gorilla. What's up, fellas? Hope y'all doing well, man. On this Saturday. Hey. Alright. That's what we're doing. Good to know. Hi, Wamey. How you doing, man? Remember. But yeah. Today's the start of me playing Apollo Justice, and Tuesday I will start Elden Ring. Because Elden Ring did in fact win, shocker, but I will start that on Tuesday. That should be an interesting playthrough. I've been waiting to play this game for so long, man. I bought it when it came out, but I had all these other games to play first. I had Yakuza, I had Persona, I had Final Fantasy, and the Rising Tide DLC, which I thought was going to last a lot longer than one stream, but shit. Switch it to full screen. Chilling, chilling, man. We'll admit, I'm a little yeepy. Just a rough night of sleep last night. Ah, I had some coffee. Once. Window. Borderless. Like medium. Subtitles, screen flashes, vibration. Some athletes may not be available if you use story mode. Interesting. Alright. Hi, Dylan. Okay. Game selection in museum. What does that mean? Nah, yeah, that looks sick. Ah. Museum cast spoilers. I'm not watching. Soju, what's up? Apollo Justice. I'm so excited. When Elden Ring, I'll let you figure that out for yourself. I've said it like 12 times. Okay. I'm ready, man. All right, with all Apollo Justice games, I turn off the camera. I will see you fellas after. Put the chat. I haven't played these games before, so everything's new to me. Ask me if I care, I'll wait. There's this funny thing called giving back points. I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please, the cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should have come to that. Panicked, palms sweaty. I can admit it. I'm nervous. Ah, good morning. Good morning, sir. You look tense, Justice. Wound up tight. Wound up, sir? No. I'm loose. I'm fine. That screeching noise. Is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. Your first trial, and it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, eh? I'm fine. I got up at 5 a.m. to do my Chords of Steel voice workout. I'm fine. Ah, that explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality to your screech. I overdid it again. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want to let him down. If you get my drift. Drift gone, sir. I'm all over that drift. As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. We can't let this case fall through. Yes. Yes, I'm fine, sir. One more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. I'll be preparing our case. Might want to introduce yourself to the client. My name is Apollo Justice. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney. And today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. The defendant's been accused of murder. My boss wants to help him out, of course, and so do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him, no way. Our good old friend. Good, morning. Morning. It's all up to you today. First trial, nervous. Meeting him, cardiac arrest. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help. So you're fine. I'm fine. Ah, Mr. Fine, is it? I do remember you having an odd name. Well, we're off to a great start. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney. He's your friend, so why... You'll see. You can do it. Be confident. I'm really sorry this happened to you, I mean, It's time, shall we? Yes, sir. I like this, Phoenix. Okay, I need to focus. First trial. Here comes justice. April 20th. Oh, hey, funny enough. That's today. I did not plan that out. This court is now in session. Prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is, fine. I mean, you're ready, Your Honor. I'm going blank. Don't panic. Too late. Your name was Mr. Justice. This is your first trial? Yes, Your Honor. But I'm fine, really. Are you quite sure your voice sounds a bit strained? Mr. Gavin? Yes, Your Honor. I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case. That was my intention, yes. However, a defense attorney must always cede to his client's wishes. My client specifically requested Mr. Justice. Well, of course he wants justice. But to entrust this case to this greenhorn, why? I do not exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin. Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience, fine. But does he have cords of steel? Then let's begin. The defense may enter the courtroom. The defendant. Murder? I think Soob did it. I'm sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances. Long time no see, Mr. Wright. Let's put the past behind us, shall we? These days, I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player. Piano player? Mr. Wright, how could this happen? I won't speak of it further then. If the prosecution would be so kind to explain the charges, Mr. Payne. No, I don't really know a whole lot about 4 through 6. I've seen little snippets of streams I've watched and whatnot, and just kind of online, but I don't really know much of it. What's up, Deformed? To think I saw you enter this room a fresh attorney, and now I'll see you in chains. I see you leave in chains. Ah, Winston Payne, subtle as ever. I see. Hobo Phoenix. He looks awesome. The crime occurred at Borscht Bowl Club, a Russian restaurant. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer. And he hit him. Wham! On the head. Smack. Killed him cold. Customer at the restaurant, you say? And the defendant, you say he was the pianist for the club, it seems. Phoenix Wright, a pianist? This is the weapon that took the victim's life, a bottle of grape juice. Grape juice apparently our defendant's drink of choice. Court accepts the deadly bottle as evidence. Something to note, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Make a practice of checking it frequently. Court record, right. I've heard of that. Alright. I'm confident in your ability to handle this. So, the victim was a customer at this restaurant. But just who was this, Shady Smith fellow? We believe he was a traveler, Your Honor. Traveler? According to his passport, he had been out of the country for a number of years. He had only returned to the country recently through his place of residence is unclear. He had some sort of connection with the defendant? That, too, is unclear at present, Your Honor. We believe they met at the Borscht Bowl on the night of the crime. If they only just met, then why murder? Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing? That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill. At least not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean. As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime. Wait a second. Isn't poker gambling? That's a crime in and of itself. Indeed, it appears our defendant has fallen to become the basest sort of criminal. Male, April 17th, 1:45, 2:15. Cerebral hemorrhaging resulting from blunt trauma to the forehead. I actually look at the bottle. Man. Wow, it's completely empty.
Objection!
It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that, a game, in the purest sense, a competition, Your Honor. A competition? Yeah, it's a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Come again? The cards of the table had blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defense was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those and impress women. That'll be our first order of business here, then. to find out more about this fatal game of cards. Very well, defendant. You will testify to the court about the poker competition held the night of the crime. My pleasure. This is it. My first trial. Here goes nothing. I miss this so much. I am a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take on the interested customers. Oh shit. I can't put this on as autoplay. The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is, a game. And our customers are happy. Why is he a bum now? I don't know, Sue. I think we'll figure that out later. A pianist who can't play piano? Better than a defense attorney who can't defend. This is the guy who got waxed by him 5 times. Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination. Right, Your Honor. My first cross-examination. Don't blow it. Are you alright? You're sweating bullets. Bullets? Where? The figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy, too. My brain feels strained and raspy, sir. You've watched me perform cross-examinations many times. Though you've never done one yourself, have you? Here for a refresher? What to do? Should I ask? Might as well. Okay. Same old, same old. As if Phoenix Wright would never lie, and it's up to me to prove it. The defense may begin the cross-examination. That's something that happened in the end of the 3rd game, Minimum Bomb? No. No, the end of the 3rd game was, what's his face? The guy I liked a lot. Oh, I forgot his name. Guy with the mask. But yeah, that was the last trial there. So yeah, nothing happened at the end of the 3rd game. I'm a pianist by trade. Yeah, I can hardly play at all. You can hardly play? It's like Gordo. Oh, I play sometimes when customers demand it. So I play them one song. That's usually all they want. Was that supposed to be a boast just now? The title of a pianist is just a mask, a respectable face I wear for the world at large. Why are you really at the Borscht Bowl Club? They pay you to play poker? That would seem to be the case. I'm a professional, after all. Do I detect pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hard-working member of society like me to imagine. Yes. Your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston. What? I played poker for 7 years in that little room. And I've never lost once. What? See why the customers come now? Defeat the undefeated poker champion. Quite a draw. That is quite a draw. Wait, you've never lost once? Not even one time? As I said, I'm a professional. You played poker for 7 years and not lost once. Is that even possible? Winston. The one time you could use that emote. The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction? And it's quite a history, actually. The Borscht Bowl Club used to be a gathering spot for the black market types back in the day. Black market? All in the past. Things like the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays. Suffice it to say that there were a lot of deals being made under the table. Right there in that room. A smoky room, gambling hoods, you know. Just looking at this picture makes me feel bad. The bosses gather around the table cutting deals, safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch through the small window. I can practically picture it now. That window does look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else. The room had a few other tricks to it, though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they come to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clean fun. 2 decks of cards. A simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate 2 decks, no one can slip in cards. There's something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor. Precisely. Cards on the table, cards upon the floor. Each one forming a complete deck. Crime scene painted blue by a sad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really. Incidentally, we use 2 types of cards at the club. One deck of cards was red, the other blue. As I recall, in poker, you make 5-card hands. I can see how it would be easy to cheat. Yes, a game of hands. This competition you're talking about, I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently. That's right. It was a simple game after all. Are you sure? Huh? People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendant, you were in the room the very moment the crime occurred, yet you claim no connection to the crime? Now that's strange. What's strange? I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. I completely let that one slip by. Don't despair yet, Justice. Sir? Right. There's something I'd like to make clear. Namely, your connection to the case at hand. I'd like to hear from you. Sure, why not? Very well, the defendant will amend his testimony. Just one little press. I've got myself a whole new testimony. I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. Silence? The defendant has the right to refuse to testify. I haven't forgotten everything about the law. But why? That clearly puts you at a disadvantage. It's your job to turn that around in our favor, yes? Great. Like I didn't have enough to do already. Justice, didn't you detect anything odd about that testimony? Huh? Wait, something he said did ring a little strangely. Just one thing. Now, what was it? If you figure it out, I'd suggest presenting evidence. Evidence that contradicts the testimony. Contradiction in Mr. Wright's testimony, but why? I better check the court record. Can't imagine Mr. Wright lying in a testimony. Isn't it a little early to be jumping to conclusions? This is your first cross-examination. Take it slow. If you need more information, don't forget to press. Alright, I got it. I'm fine. Time to listen to that testimony again. Excuse me. So, you claim you weren't gambling? That's right. It was simply a game. You didn't bet any money, not even a little? The only thing at stake in our game was pride itself. Well put, Mr. Wright. I've got a mind to play a hand of poker myself. The stakes, your fate. Can we get back to the trial now? Oh, I like his objection. So you say you didn't touch the murder weapon, this grape juice bottle? Right? So I said. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? Too bad our new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb. What's this, Mr. Payne? I examined the bottle in question, you see. It was covered with the defendant's fingerprints. No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine. Excess yelling can damage the judge's ears and our case. What about my cords of steel? Anyway, what's so strange about fingerprints on a bottle in a restaurant? Well, that's true. The prints alone don't prove it. Oh, they wouldn't prove a thing if they were normal fingerprints. But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down. Upside down? What does that mean? It means he was holding the bottle inverted. And there can only be one reason for that. Yes, to braid someone with the bottle. Mr. Gavin, I think things just took a turn for the worst. Oh? I see no problem, Justice. Huh? The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything, you'll see. Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court? I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now. Not very cooperative, are you? It could hurt your case. I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. Must be some reason.
Objection!
Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something. And what might that be, Mr. Gavin? On the night of the crime, who was it who reported the murder to the police? Reported? Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright. But still, that... Really? Yes, well, according to the case file, the murder was reported from the near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone. Near the scene? Let's take a look at a diagram of the murder scene, shall we? The victim was murdered in a small room in a basement, 2 floors down from the ground level. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down. The defendant used the stairs in this hallway to go above ground. The call came from the first floor of the restaurant. I see. Is it the phone that made the call? The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he so chose. Yeah, he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it to the authorities. You claim he is being uncooperative? I say, Mr. Gavin, I better not waste this. I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being. Toyed? I assure you, no one is more serious about... What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment that the crime occurred? How can you possibly know this? That's a good question. How indeed? The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution has a decisive witness. You're as good as they say you are. So someone else was in the room the night of the crime. That must mean they witnessed the crime. Everything up till now has been a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready? Very well, the prosecution may call its first witness to the stand. The witness will state her name and profession. Hold on just a moment. Where is the witness? I surmise that she has been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns. Oh, use a little hair gel. Relax, people. Have no fear. If any horns point in your direction, this court will cut them off. You are sure? I swear it on my gavel. Please, come out. Is violence against hair a crime, Your Honor? Well, if you are sure it is, okay. Now, the prosecution. Wait a minute. Would the prosecution care to explain the witness's, paraphernalia? Yes. She was a professional, Your Honor. Those are merely the tools of her trade. And that would be... My name is Olga Orley. I am employed as waitress in Borscht Bowl restaurant. Why the camera? Of course, it is my pride to serve borscht that is naming restaurant. I also perform, how it is it said, other service? I take one of those other services is taking the customer's pictures. Like, for example, this one. That's the defendant? Indeed, on the night of the murder. Man in white hat is one who has gone kaput. Indeed, that is the victim. This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our laps. It is the same way as I drop cold bowls of borscht on laps of customers, casually. The court will casually accept this new evidence. Now, witness, where were you at the time of the murder? I was in room, the hideout, we call it. Excuse me, the hideout? This is a room where famous gangster, bad guy was arrested. This room where murder took place. You look of utter surprise. It is lovely. I will post my courtroom door later for you. Photos will be numbered, and you will write which ones you want a copy of. There were 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga Orley, our witness. And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means... Very well, witness. You will testify to the court about that night's events. That fateful night. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for a game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on. Duh. The victim, he plays whole time with his hand on locket at his neck. Then, last hand is done, but something terrible has happened. That man flew at victim and is strangling him to death. Incidentally, who won the game? Isn't it obvious? The winner was the victim, Mr. Smith.
Objection!
That's ridiculous. Because Mr. Wright can't lose. Justice? Maybe you can come up with a more legitimate objection? But he hadn't lost in 7 years. Take it from me, kid. It happens. I didn't lose a case my first 7 years as prosecutor either. Incidentally, I have some evidence here. These are the poker chips as they lay the very moment of the crime. The handed chips on this side belong to the defendant, Mr. Wright. Those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith. Chips, you say? Duh, I mean, yes. Imagine the poker's war. Your hand is your army, and the chips are the spoils. You know, I remember that card war, that card game war. It was like one of my favorite card games growing up. I think he means poker face. Looking at this picture, it does seem that most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table. Very well, the defense may cross-examine the witness.
Hold it!
You were dealing cards. Do you do this often? I am doing this. Customer wishes it, I serve anything. Borscht, cards, more borscht. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that right. It is my work. Good to hear of a place that hasn't forgotten the meaning of service. Welcome you to a Borscht Bowl Club where borscht is as warm as the waitresses. Thank you for not handing out flyers during the cross-examination.
Hold it!
It's already April. How could it be cold? At Borscht Bowl Club, we have pride on an authentic rustic Russian restaurant theme. Outside it is city in spring, but inside it is always as cold as Mother Russia. No way am I going there. When it comes to the hot borscht, cold is best seasoning, duh. Oh shit.
Hold it!
His locket? I believe it was good luck charm, duh. He gripped it many times as he played that night. Yes, he must have felt as though it might carry him to the moon and the stars. Though if it were small enough to fit around his neck, it wouldn't have much lift. But the defense would like a clarification. This is a locket we're talking about. I mean, a pendant with a picture in it, right? Not a rocket. Of course, I knew that. It was probably a pendant shaped like a rocket. That's why she called it that. No, a locket's a locket. It doesn't matter what shape. It's considered bad form to poke fun at the hand, at the heart of hearing in our society. Heart of hearing, or heart of understanding. So what happened next?
Hold it!
Something terrible? The defense will refrain from needless shouting. Sorry. I need to seriously reconsider this vocal trading thing. Now, Miss Orley, can you tell us what happened? Oh, I was so frightened. I trembled with fear.
Hold it!
But the defendant would never do such a thing. Well, now, I can't say I've ever heard the defense try this tactic. If possible, please refrain from embarrassing me. Still, why would anyone do something like this over a game of poker? Perhaps it is because the defendant has lost game? Yes, a crushing defeat for a man undefeated. Though it is always with men like him, winners make sore losers. Oh, how the mighty fall. Go ahead, I believe you know what it is you need to do. Right, sir. Leave it to me. There were only 3 people in the room at the time of the murder. The victim, Shady Smith. He doesn't have strangulation marks. There's like actual snow in there. You should buy a new one. Maybe he can't afford it, or he just doesn't care. That it? Okay.
Objection!
Okay. Damn. That man flew at victim. It is strangling him to death.
Objection!
Oh, really? Strangled, you say? That's odd. Normal customers only choke on borscht. No, I mean, this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head. Miss Orley, really now? Did you witness the crime? Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. He was still wearing his hat and everything. Yet, it is a fact that he was hit, Your Honor. Damn, motherfucker bald. Here's a photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation. That's quite shocking, isn't it? This head certainly was hit. A motherfucker bald. What's up, Resp? Good fucking morning, man. How's it going? The defendant, he lunged at victim, his neck. Oh, really, Miss Orley? I think I've caught you in your own lie this time. Justice? I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this through once more. What do you mean? I found a contradiction. There's one thing in her testimony that troubles me. Very well. It seems we should continue the cross-examination. There's such a thing as thinking too much. This horse is dead. Let's stop beating it. There's such a thing as thinking out loud too much, too. Alright, you chillin', man. Same old, same old. Can't complain.
Hold it!
You didn't say anything about hitting before. Sorry. I must be forgetting this. Witness, you will take greater care with your testimony. Oh, Dada, I'm sorry. Your Honor. And that clears up the discrepancy with the autopsy report, I believe. The defendant made to strangle his victim, then changed his mind. It chose a simpler, blunter means to do the job. Yes, that sums it up nicely. So he strangled him, then hit him? Something's fishy about all this. Go ahead. I believe you know what it is you need to do. Right, sir. Leave it to me. There were only 3 people in that room at the time. Okay. I like this cross-examination music.
Objection!
Okay. Gotta be something with strangulation marks. Was that one or the other one? Yeah, same old with me. And this bottle is straight clean. Be a little bit of blood on it. That one doesn't have the cap. This one does. I just don't know which one to present.
Objection!
Okay, not this one.
Objection!
What the fuck? Oh shit. Is there no locket on his chest? Victim, he plays whole time with his hand on locket at his neck. Try to strangle him, he hit him with the bottle.
Hold it!
Why did you add that emo, bruh? Do they have all the people present too? No, they don't do that in this? Okay.
Objection!
The locket? No, it's not the locket.
Objection!
I'm rusty, bruh. I'm so rusty.
Objection!
I'm so rusty. Bro. Well, there's the locket.
Objection!
Well, obviously, he didn't strangle. The phone's got anything to do with it right now?
Objection! Objection!
Okay, so it is the locket. Jesus Christ. You know, there was one curious part in her testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. What does it mean? Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what it is you're thinking so intensely about? We call the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand on locket at his neck, I believe she said. I hope you aren't about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar. No, but look at this photograph. You see a lock on the victim's neck? Ooh! The pursuit music. Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. I knew you'd be able to handle this. But what does it mean? If we're to believe this witness's testimony as is, then the locket disappeared following the victim's death. Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor. It's quite simple when you think about it. If the locket is gone, someone must have taken off, huh? Taking it off? Wait, you don't mean... The defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all. He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it? Ah. Defendant, what do you have to say to this? Okay. Yes? I just noticed this, but... You have something hanging around your neck, don't you? Oh? You mean this? Yes, it's a locket, with a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter. What? Come again? Mr. Wright, you have a daughter? You confirmed it at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter. The hell did Wright get a daughter? You see, that I didn't know. Mr. Wright has a locket too? Why don't I buy that? This is just a coincidence. Well now, the results of this poker game led to the murder. Perhaps we should hear a bit about the outcome of the game. Further testimony won't really be necessary. So the defendant lost badly. Miss Orley, you will testify to the court about the game played between the victim and the defendant. The game began with 3,500 chips, 3,500 points in chips for each man. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. The one who was winning, it was the victim. For the last hand, defendant played with all the chips on the table and lose. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and... Indeed, looking at this picture, it does seem to be a one-sided game. As court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow. Ah, how many times have I heard these words? I done it in a fit of anger, Your Honor, and now I regret what I done. A common tale, but true. Methinks the judge watches too many old court movies. Mr. Wright said he hasn't lost in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong. Are those the usual starting points? Were any special rules used? No, not special. Usual game, usual rules. If each man began with 3,500 points, then the total would be... Exactly 7,000 points. Please, this isn't calculus. It's not even long division.
Hold it!
Are the chips in this photo all the chips that were used? Of course. Something's fishy with these chips. Did I press harder? Maybe you can explain about... You could explain a bit about these chips. Explain? What is there to be explained? Poker chips are poker chips. They're not fish and chips. Not a chip off the old block. Not a motorcycle cop. Not a... Thanks. Now that I've pressed her, I better ask something. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars or rubles even? Yeah, as I have been saying before, it was a game, not gambling. Hard perhaps for capitalists to understand. Two types of chip. 100 points chips and 1,000 points chip. I'm here and I already have so many questions. Welcome, detective. Like what, bruh? The fuck? This is Phoenix? Well, Bendy, cause Phoenix is on, He's on trial for murder right now. We're defending Phoenix. It is not money, Doc. Justice. Sir, don't you find her comment interesting? In more ways than one, sir. I'd have it added to her testimony myself. Well, does the defense want the witness to add it to her testimony? Of course. Yes, I do think this deserves further scrutiny. Add it to the testimony. I wish I knew where I was going with this. Very well, witness. If you would be so kind. Your Honor. One kind of chip is worth 100 points. Other kind is worth 1,000. 2 kinds in all. First, is this original? Yes, this is pretty much game number 4. So after we finish game number 3, this comes next. Yes, this is canon. Second right as a daughter, I guess. I haven't played these games. So pretty much of the Apollo Justice trilogy that we're playing through is 4 through 6. So, I mean, I guess. I just don't know much about it. So yes, this is a sequel. What happened to Wright? I don't know. Right now, Wright has been out the game for like 7 years, and he's a pianist who plays poker. That's all we know so far. Mr. Gavin said this testimony is important. To be honest, I have no idea why. Mr. Justice, do the court a favor and think of what you want to say before raising your hand. We are not in kindergarten. Ah, sorry, I'm fine. I better think of something to ask. And quick. The 2 types of chips. The small ones are 100 and the big ones are 1,000. Right? Right, of course. Don't waste our time. Is that all? Yeah. Great. Mr. Gavin made me stop her, and now I'm the one who looks dumb. Oh, Justice? Please try not to embarrass me like that. Huh? Who? Me? There's a clear contradiction in the information you have in your hands. What? It's a simple matter of calculation. Go on, try it. We're not in kindergarten, after all. Calculation. You gonna make me count these goddamn chips? So the black ones are 1,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's already way past 7,000. That's not even close, dog. Excuse me, I will have no Show'em slander in this chat. Thank you. PSA. No Show'em slander. Objection! You sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure. Show'em's his ass? Yeah, we'll see you in 10 minutes, bro. It seems our new attorney's a bit confused. A glance at the picture is enough to tell you who won. If you're not in kindergarten, just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court? Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and I see large chips. Tell me, which were 1,000 points? Why, the big ones, of course. Duh. Oh, I thought so too. But the totals don't add up. Totals? Let's review what the witness told us. Each man started with 3,500 points in chips. The combined total value of the chips were 7,000 points. Yes, my calculations are correct. Let's see. There's +1, carry the 5. There are, Your Honor. Now, look at this photo that allegedly shows all the chips. Okay, so the red ones are... Yeah. If the big chips are worth 1,000 points and the small chips worth 100, and you add them up, how much is it? Do it yourself. You aren't in kindergarten, are you? 10,600 points. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness's testimony. Well, why? How could this be? Exactly, Justice. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why. Right, there's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. Each man began the game with 3,500 points. If all the chips are indeed shown in this photograph, then there can only be one answer. Well, what is it? The value of the chips was the other way around. What? Want to know what I think? The small chips were worth 1,000 points, not the big ones. Madness. Utter madness. Show me that photograph of the chips again. There are 6 small chips and 10 large chips. Why, that does make 7,000 points when you add them up. Mr. Fulius, I'm here to report that the Odin fight in Rebirth is indeed a bullshit. Thank you. Right? Because he just puts you in that cutscene and it insta-kills you. What am I supposed to do there? I can't do anything there. Did you figure it out? It's almost as though you figured it out by yourself. Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it. Perry. In a cutscene, Bendy? Where I can't press anything? Yeah, alright, buddy. But wait. The value of the chips may be different, but that changes nothing. Indeed, the victim did have the larger number of chips still. Ah! Exactly. The small chips are 1,000 points and the large chips are 100. Let's do a little math. Add up the points for each side of the table. Ah! The victim, Mr. Smith, had 2,900 points and the defendant had 4,100 points. Well now. It seems that Mr. Ray was winning that night after all. That's impossible. My client had even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning. Now, Miss Orley, you must have known the true value of the chips, since you were there at the scene of the crime. Weren't you? The answer is just dodge and parry, but fuck that shit. What do you mean it's just dodge and parry? In the cutscene? Did you beat it? It appears the defendant has lost his motive. Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened. We must now ask ourselves whether we can trust... Oh shit. Excuse me? What is it, Miss Orley? I did not want to be saying this, but... Actually, you see, see what, Miss Orley? What do we see? In the last hand, there was cheat. Bandy? A cheat? You don't mean a trick? Wait, or do you mean a scam? They're all the same thing. Yes, there was a cheat in the last hand. That is why the game ends with chips as they are. Great. Just great. First we have lying, now cheating. Well, this case certainly has taken a turn. Really interesting. Witness, you will please testify to the court. Tell us about this cheating in the final hand. The last hand, both men had full house. There was 4 of each card in deck from ace to king. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. Next moment, game becomes argument. The defendant's trick was exposed. He took bottom of his hand. Poor Mr. Smith. Miss Orley, why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning? I thought I smelled a rat. Well, folks, time to throw back the covers. Full house is a very high-scoring hand. Not easy to make in my experience. That alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics. For Gavin, what's a full house? Warriors these days, you don't know your poker? I can't say this bodes well for your case or career. What is this, some kind of secret court poker ring? Justice. You know the terms 1 pair, 2 pair, and 3 of a kind, yes? Yeah, no problem. 2 cards with the same number makes a pair, and 3 makes a 3 of a kind. Good. Now picture a hand with 1 pair and a 3 of a kind. That's a full house. It doesn't sound very easy to make, does it? You see each player's hand in this photo. I was trying to see if the aces were different because they play with multiple cards. They play with multiple decks. So it's just we forgot there's an easy way to make a full house and go undefeated for 7 years. The photo there was a joker. Yeah, because there's 2. So they use 2 decks of cards to prevent cheating. So they use a deck of cards with a blue back and then one with a red back. So they said the ones on the floor were one deck, the ones on the table were another deck. He only does the insta-kill shit when you get hit by his other abilities enough times. Gallo, what's a fuck warning once? Gotta hit enough. Insta-kill saving accessories don't work. You just got a perfect block or beat him. Yeah, that's horse shit. And he does that probably more than once. Not gonna lie, guy, a Mahjong case would go crazy. Not gonna lie, Bendy. You're on crack. The defense may cross-examine the witness. He did cheat in the last hand. That still leaves one important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand? Who's ever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat?
Hold it!
Just how hard is it to make a full house anyway? It is quite hard. It is making a pair and three of a kind at the same time. I guess that's right. Very difficult to be sure. You can take my word as a poker head of courtroom number 3. Very difficult, but it is not impossible. Okay, full house hard. This line of questioning, a waste of time.
Hold it!
4 of each card, you say? There was 1 spade, 1 diamond, 1 heart, and 1 club for each card. It is interesting fact that this number 4 comes from number of seasons. You don't say. And did you know that the cards are numbered 1 through 13? Know the cards in a deck and you get 364 a year? Huh? You don't say. Isn't that 1 day short? That's why each deck has 2 jokers. They say the second joker stands for the leap year. Thus you have a perfect representation of the year, all in a deck of cards. Huh, you don't say. We're going to be in this courtroom for a year if it keeps going like this.
Hold it!
How was it clear? Well, the defendant, he played a 5th ace. A 5th ace? I still remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. What? So we're just straight up lying now, huh? Okay. Mr. Wright's too. Obviously, cheating was afoot, or perhaps I should say a hand. Your Honor, perhaps this could be added to the testimony without Mr. Payne's joke. Very well. The witness will add this detail to her testimony, please.
Objection!
It appears the witness is mistaken. Mistaken? But my name? Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony. That's the photo of the chips, is it not? Justice, perhaps you ought to explain your point in a way that the judge can comprehend. In other words, use your finger to point out your point. Yes, please point out the contradiction in this photo.
Take that!
Miss Orley, in your testimony, you made the following claim. My client was clearly going for a re-cheat. All he needed is one more cheat. I still gotta play Mahjong and Yakuza 3. Not looking forward to it. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. But as you can clearly see, the victim's hand only held 2 aces. Well, maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the defendant's hand that had the third ace in question. Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant also had 2 aces in his hand. Where's his 5th ace? I see cheating, alright. And it's going on right here in this courtroom. Cheaters. 2 aces in each player's hand does make 4 aces total. Hardly proof of cheating. Wait, please. It is true. I have seen it. The 5th ace. Who was cheating, I swear to you. That's odd. She must be lying, yet she's the most sincere I've seen her all day. You're right to trust your instincts. Mr. Gavin? Who knows what lies in store for us in this trial ahead? Your Honor, if I may, I have a suggestion. What might that be, Mr. Gavin? If you don't mind. Perhaps we might examine the actual cards? The cards? Mr. Payne? Yes? The player's hand that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defense would like to request that the cards be shown to the court. Very well. Prosecution will submit this evidence. Will you examine? Victim's cards or the defendant's cards? These cards don't prove cheating was going on. Nothing will. And the victim had a better hand? Yeah, that's what I don't get. The victim had a better hand. Now, which of these hands is more suspicious? It was the victim's hand that changed over the course of the witness's testimony. The defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards. Very well. Mr. Payne, if you would. Well. Oh, card on the game. Oh, yeah. They said earlier that they play with 2 sets of cards to prevent cheating. So you see all those cards on the floor. So, yeah. There is 2 sets of cards. Yes, sir. When examining evidence, be sure to view it from all sides and angles. Cheater, cheater, pumpkin eater. What? Your Honor, look at this. One of the victim's cards. The back is a different color. Eh? How did I not see that? That's impossible. But I put that card in Wright's hand. Ooh! Oh, so we're trying to rig the game, huh? All right, Olga. What was that, Miss Orley? No, yet. I merely said that I have... Your Honor? Mr. Gavin, yes? What's up, Luby? I'm hydrating as we speak, bro. When I play these games, I usually go through like 10 bottles a stream. Whose VA debut? I think it would be sick to voice act, but I don't think I have the voice for it. Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker? To cheat? I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend, a comrade, shall we say. The dealer. Wait, so you mean this witness, Miss Orley, she's the cheater. A professional, I'd wager. How much you were talking? Yeah. It's worth it, though. I love these games. Focus, Justice. Time to take the advantage of her. I mean, of her mistake. Okay. Your Honor, please recall the testimony we just heard. That's impossible. I put that card in Wright's hand. Ergo, Miss Olga Orley conspired to cheat, not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Shady Smith. Fucking love this song, bro. Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly. Move, Bandy. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim. Hey. Wait, you don't mean... The defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga Orley, are you? Time for justice. There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident. And if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means I am. The defense accuses the witness, Miss Olga Orley, of murder. Testimony. Right, take advantage of her testimony, right, Apollo? Right, yeah. Mr. Payne, where is your witness, Miss Olga Orley? It appears she has lost consciousness, Your Honor. Mr. Justice, Your Honor? It seems you presented a new possibility to the court. One suggesting a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith. And that means this court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time. What? I did it! I held out! I see no point in prolonging the trial this day. Prosecution will need to make further inquiries.
Objection!
Is that Phoenix? Oh shit! Mr. Wright. Can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet. Nonsense is the defendant spewing now. Think. One of the cards had a different colored back. Don't you wonder what it means? What are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objections right when you're about to get off the hook? Ridiculous. Mr. Payne, you of all people should know. Mr. Wright has a talent for the ridiculous. Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. Let's clear up the facts about the game that fateful night. As was said before, we alternated between 2 decks of cards that night. That was said before. The 2 decks at the club have different colored backs, blue and red. 1 color per deck. Why use different colored backs? If we use the same color, the 2 decks might get mixed. You use different colors and they still got mixed up. We used the red deck for the last game. I see, but that's odd. For some reason, I have this impression that you were using the blue cards. Yeah, me too. Sure, someone said something about blue cards. Whatever. In the end, 1 card of the wrong color got into the mix. Which means there was cheating. Yes, a card slipped into the deck would seem to indicate cheating. Yet, this card raises 2 serious questions. Apollo? Yes? Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think. The last game. When was the card swapped? When? There are three broad possibilities here. It could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder. Well, yeah. Thanks for the news bulletin, Mr. Wright. Of course it was swapped. Oh? Might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne. Or it might not be. I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped? Well, if Olga was in the cheating, she kept saying that there was a 5th ace. That she saw it. It was probably after the murder. Perhaps it happened after the murder? What's that? Ridiculous. What's the point of cheating after the hands have been shown? That's silly.
Objection!
Yes, but tell me, how do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible. Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little impossible. Oh? Even when the backs of the cards are a different color? If you pulled that during the game, you'd be caught in no time. Ah, quite true. That would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown. After the murder. Okay, this is going past silly and straight on to crazy. I ask again, what's the point of cheating after the game's over? Who would do that? Who indeed? That's one of the mysteries before us. There's another? Yes, a simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for a blue card? Who? The game and murder is done. The victim is dead. Only 2 remain in the room, alive that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and our witness, Olga Orley. Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for a blue? Why, it must have been Olga Orley who swapped the cards. She was trying to cover up the evidence of the cheating. That does make some sense. Sorry. But there's a problem with that explanation. Huh? The swap cards was from the wrong deck. Yes, the blue card was stuck into the red hand. Mixing a card from the wrong deck, when the backs are different colors? Remember that you're talking about Olga Orley. She was the dealer. You really think she wouldn't make such a novice mistake? Actually, I have trouble imagining even the judge making that mistake. A little more thought. It was you, Bendy? Well, it wasn't Phoenix because he went to go call the police. It wasn't Mr. Wright, of course. And well, it doesn't seem like it could have been Olga Orley either. What are you suggesting? That's hardly a logical conclusion, I'll admit. As a defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss Orley at this point. Yes, I know. But she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong color card. If the card was swapped during the game, it would be obvious. Something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright? Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking of how much fun all this is. Fun? How about confusing? I have no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. The one who swapped the cards wasn't a defendant, and it wasn't Miss Orley. Then who was it? Yeah, well, that is the question, isn't it? Precisely. Huh? I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction. New direction? We'll find that, indeed, after the murder. Someone swabbed one of the cards in the victim's hand, and that someone was made two crucial mistakes. I'm sure you're going to tell us that the first was swapping the wrong colored card, because the one who did swab didn't know that two colored cards were being used. The other mistake was the number on the card. Right. The person replaced the fifth ace with a king. I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a fifth ace after all. All they knew was that the game had been won with a full house. So they picked up a king from the table and swapped it in. But there's one problem. According to our case record, this person doesn't exist. True, not until now. But you have to admit the possibility of a fourth person. No, it's more than a possibility. It's Larry Butts. It was me, Dio. It was Larry. Phoenix hurt my head the past 3 games, and he called it fun. There was someone else there that night at the scene of the crime. Hey, how much you want to bet it's Larry, bruh? I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. Do make trials ridiculous, Mr. Wright. The trials proceed on one central assumption, namely, that at the time of the incident, there were only 3 people in that room. I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption. The problem is that you chose to conceal this information from the court. I suppose that is a problem, yes. Court is adjourned for a brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess. Certainly, Your Honor. Very well. The trial will resume in 20 minutes. It's funny because this trial takes place today. Today's April 20th. That was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. To suddenly claim there was another person at the scene of the crime like that. I must ask, the truth? Well now, I think you would know the answer to that. Ah, being mysterious, are we? Sally, I have no time for mysteries. I only ask that you leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Christoph. Justice. Yes, sir? The judge has summoned me to his chamber, so carry on without me. Okay, hold on. I gotta piss really badly. Hold on. It'll be like 2 seconds. I'll be quick. I'm gonna leave it on. I'll be quick. Not gonna look at hobo feet. A hobo, bro. All right. Need well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. That locket you wear, is that really yours, Mr. Wright? Ah, wondering about the victim's disappearing locket. Here, you can take a look at it. That's a picture of my daughter. Who's his daughter? Aw, she's adorable. I'm just surprised to hear you had a daughter. Who's the mother? Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. One more question. The one who cheated that night, was it you? What do you think? Huh? You know what happened 7 years ago? What I did. Not unreasonable for you to think I might cheat. I never, honest, but it is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. I'm deeply worried. Want to know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. So it looks like he did something bad 7 years ago. Probably in court. Oh! Was it that last trial? In 3? Maybe? I can't remember the trial, like, precisely. But maybe something did happen in that trial where he, like, had to give up his lawyership. Can't remember. I think there was something, but I could be wrong. You see, poker is all about reading your opponent. And that way, it's a lot like a court case. Poker is like trial law. Figure out what your opponent is thinking, and you win. It's been a long time since I played Ace Attorney. The last trial 3, the body swapping twins? No, that was I always forget his name. The motherfucker with the mask. He's like my favorite, bro. The coffee drinker. Wasn't that the last trial? Where he murdered that one girl? Gordo? Godo? Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Their body language can become a valuable source of information. That was the same trial. Was it? Body swapping. Oh, it was. Yeah, that's right, because she was working there. Yeah, Iris. Yeah, you're right, You're right, Bendy, you're right. You're right. I remember. Well, I think something happened in that trial where, like, I think they said Phoenix was gonna have, like, hard consequences or something. But I can't remember. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? No. Come on, who noticed that? Words, habits, twitches, it's all information for the reading. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you. But I'm not worthy. I mean, there's no way I'll pick up on these signals. No, you can do it. Huh? You just don't know it yet. What are you talking about? But you will, soon. Ah, almost forgot. One more thing about this case. You should know, I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. What? I knew it. I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. And Apollo, I need you to be there defending me. I need your power. My power? I had no idea my cores of steel were that special. It's time. The real trial begins now. Your best. This philosopher Phoenix, man. I still prefer good old Phoenix. He's coming back, don't worry. I know for a fact play as Phoenix again at some point. I think probably in the 5th game. There's probably a trial in here where play as him, but like I said. I know very little of these next 3 games. Court will now reconvene. Has our witness, Miss Olga Orley, recovered? Yes, Your Honor. Well, she's regained consciousness. How's we can hear her version of the events again? That's the thing, you see. She's quite fatigued. Feeling a little bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne. Sadly, fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify or prosecute. The defense would like to request that Miss Orley take the stand. Very well. You want us to take the stand? Perhaps you can repeat your name and profession. Perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar. You're a poor loser. Not. Oh, wow. Okay. Name's Olga Orley. That's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. People call me Olga Quick Fingers Orley. Oh. Oh, really? Want to know something else? I'm not really Russian, and my last name sounds like, oh, really? There. That's the truth. I hope you're satisfied. Alright, hold on. Oh. Witness, you will tell the court what you were really up to that night. Fine. I'll talk. We had a plan, see? Let me remind you that you are currently under oath. Any further fabrication will have serious consequences. Fine. Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy Smith hired me to do what I do best. I was playing at the Borscht Bowl Club several days prior to the night of the game. As a waitress. So you were in cahoots with the victim. Not that he needed my help. Smith is a well-known poker player in some circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend. The unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple. Elegant, really, you see. We set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand. And then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card and the trap would snap shut. Swap the cards. I suppose as a cheater and losing on top of it would have made a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Indeed. Getting caught red-handed out of cheating would cast doubt on all his prior wins. A 7-year legend destroyed by one little card. That was the plan. Oh, really, Orley? But it appears he made quite the mistake. Mistake? I agree. The trap was elegant. Yeah, what happened to that planted card? Hey, that's right. He's lucky. I'll give him that. You'd have to be to slip free from a trap laid by Olga Quick Fingers Orley. Oh, really? The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind shtick. Cute! Who wants to be cute? I'm not cute. I'm bad. You hear me? Bad. To the bone. When you're through being bad, perhaps you can testify to the court. Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung. She bad, all right. Looking. That night, I played the card like I was supposed to, and Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him, but the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. It wasn't me who hit Smith. It was that no-good cheating defendant. A surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves us mostly in the dark. The trap was perfect, I tell you, perfect. That rotten cheater hadn't messed it up. Look who's talking! Well, the testimony for what it's worth is all yours, Mr. Justice. With witnesses like her, who needs criminals? With defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors? Don't look too hard, Bandy.
Hold it!
Let's plant a card. Which card was it exactly? The trump card. The 5 of hearts. Let me guess. Mr. Wright was to have switched the 5 with the ace to make a full house. At least, that's what you were going to accuse him of doing, thereby ruining his legend. I slid it into Wright's pocket. When was this? Before the match, of course, while he was eating. At the Borscht Bowl Club, we serve borscht. It's suckers. Why we never go there? Of course, the card was to make its grand debut during the game. Like a good borscht, a good plot must be cooked up early and allowed to thicken.
Hold it!
So everything went according to plan. Exactly. The 5th ace came up, so it's obvious to switch one off without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would be forever known as a cheat and a fraud. There are worse things to be known as, I suppose. Tell us what happened with the search.
Hold it!
The card disappeared? Yeah, my trump card. The 5 of hearts. Gone. Without a trace. Poof! Zippo. We searched every nook and cranny. Even inside his cute little hat. Well, the card was nowhere to be found, is this correct? Never in my long story career. Never as quick fingers orally. Oh, really? Been so, readily duped. Oh, really? So what did happen to that 5 of hearts? Don't look at me. Why don't you ask that cheating, lying, two-faced defendant? So the 5 of hearts is still missing in action. Next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it.
Hold it!
Wait, isn't that a little odd? What's odd? You searched Mr. Wright thoroughly and found nothing, which means he didn't cheat, which means he had no reason to strike the victim. Well. Oh. What was that? What was that just now? I said something. Something wrong, Mr. Justice? No, nothing, Your Honor. What to do? Should I press her a little harder? Why would they search around? Why would they search a guy who lost a round? Doesn't add up. Well, it's because he had... well... Now you're right. Miss Orley, you're hiding something. What are you talking about? Quick Fingers Orley hiding something? Oh shit. The defense will refrain from baseless accusations. I have one question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. I did see it, honest. I saw it when Wright hit him. With my own eyes I saw it. This weird vibe I'm getting. That witness, for instance, Miss Orley. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? Touching her neck, was it? The hell is this? Whoa, what's going on? This sensation coming into focus. There, that twitch, it's so clear. Like I can perceive her habit, like I couldn't before.
Gotcha!
Oh, that's cool. I like that. Miss Orley, perhaps you are unaware of this yourself. Unaware of what? Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, you touch the back of your neck with your left hand. My neck? So what? Well, indeed, Justice. I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. When she says that part of the testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to that memory and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it. A memory? Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about? This is highly unusual. Well, let's ask the defense. Claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us? Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the memory of the crime. What would remind her of most of the moment of the crime? Miss Orley, whenever you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happen when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left an inerasable impression on this neck is this.
Take that!
Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. It reminds us more of the moment than this bottle, the murder weapon. But that thing doesn't fit. If you were only the witness to the crime, why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain? What's he talking about now? It was Mr. Smith, the victim, who was hit, not you. It's a cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture. The witness, Abbott's? They're completely irrelevant. Justice. I'll admit, I'm a bit confused myself. This is certainly a unique cross-examination. I'll explain later. Just trust me. Now's our only chance to break her. Miss Orley, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment. I am knowing nothing. We know you're not Russian. Witness will testify, please, now. Fine. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops got there.
Hold it!
You seem uneasy. Our music goes hard. You try standing up here. Her eyes are darting all over the place. I must be getting warm. Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like? Well, he must have been stunned by the weight of his crime. He sat in a daze at the table until the cops came. Intriguing. I believe you got all the testimony you're going to get out of the witness. So what do you think about her testimony? I'll tell you what I think. Her testimony is flawed. It's basically bogus. Contradicts the evidence. What's that? Well, show us the evidence, Mr. Justice. This evidence that you claim contradicts the testimony. She didn't let him out of her sight until the cops got there. I know there's some evidence that contradicts that. The phone.
Take that!
Miss Orley, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted by a report from the defendant. Eh? We know that the defendant left the room and climbed the stairs and made that phone call from the first floor of the Borscht Bowl Club. So, explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. The man who picked up the bottle and swung it that night wasn't the defendant. Showdown time. You dirty cheat. Check his pockets now. Gone. The card's gone. You lose. Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to right, and he hit me. You, some master of cheating you turned out to be. When I came to, the victim was already dead. That it? That's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If I came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure. Well, where does this leave us? Madness. This is madness. I'm dreaming. It must have been me who was hit with a bottle, and I'm imagining all this. Here's everything that happened in this case. And it has been years since I heard that. It appears our prosecution is at its wit's end. Frankly, I can't blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events? Mr. Gavin, sir? I believe that, as a defense in this case, we are compelled to call Miss Orley a big, fat liar. Three were in that room the night of the murder. The defendant, victim, and her. She has a motive. Motive? Her plot foiled. The witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. The denouement of that argument was murder. What? I'm no killer. A trap. Someone's trying to frame me. Tangled webs we weave when we practice it. So tangled we catch ourselves in the process. Mr. Wright. Such a hasty conclusion. Not like you, Christoph Gavin. What are you saying? Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder. Right, like Mr. Wright was saying before recess. A single card was swapped in the victim's hand after the murder. The one who swapped the card didn't know 2 colors of cards would be the 4th person. This theory again. Your 4th person doesn't exist. Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here. Where there's no escape and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch the real criminal. Real criminal? And we're in luck. The clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less. What? Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, sorry. Remember what I said? The 4th person who swapped the card made one critical error. He or she wasn't considering the colors on the back of the cards. Right. But how could such an obvious mistake occur? The cards used for the last game were red. Yet, there was one person here, in our court, who thought those cards were blue. Yeah, I had that impression too, but why? Well, Apollo? Think you can figure out who it was? Not me, I swear! Who is this 4th person? Why do I always get put on the spot like this? Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Who thought the cards used in the final game were blue? I actually don't remember who said it. Was it Christoph? Because it wasn't me, I swear. Go! I don't remember who said they were blue. Fuck! I don't remember.
Take that!
As I expected. Your eyes and ears are as sharp as your hair. I was right? Christoph Gavin, you were the 4th person that night. But, of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards. How would he? As you see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. You can't tell which of the cards are blue and the ones on the floor of the table. But look, you see the colors in this photo. Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light. It is true the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yeah, it was only that a game, in the purest sense, a competition, Your Honor. A competition? Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flames. Oh. Yeah, I do remember that. Well, Christoph? Mr. Gavin? Mr. Gavin, is something the matter? No, nothing. Excuse me, it was just so sudden. Right. You aren't seriously accusing me, are you? Oh, Christoph? You know, I never take a joke this far. This just got beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb. This is insanity. The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder? I assure you, I'm quite sane. What possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim? I wasn't aware of that. I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith either. Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met. Well, what if they have? Huh? There is a possibility, after all. It may have been that wait, my fault. They may have met that night before the game started. What are you suggesting? Is this the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify to the court.
Objection!
The defense would like to request no such thing. For Gavin? Testimonies must relate to the case. Could anything happen before that game of poker be related? I'm not sure I follow Mr. Gavin. It's like Phoenix is being accused for murder, but he's the defense attorney, and that's at the same time. As I explained before, the defense believes that Miss Orley. Oh, am I to assume you're speaking for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you. Yeah, shut up, Gavin. Yeah, Gavin. Mr. Justice, the matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you. Oh, okay. The court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony. This was Mr. Wright's strategy. He was playing this all wrong. I intend to see it through. The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court. At 2, Justice? You would betray me, your teacher? I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about loyalty. This is about the truth. Very well. The defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand, please. You don't have a lawyer. This court will get... Yeah, I can defend myself. That evening, Kristoff and I had dinner. At the table in this photograph. J.D. Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl who was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead. Blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. Mr. Gavin, you're at the Borscht Bowl Club in the night of the murder? I dine with him rather frequently. And he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder? Quite against my will. I'd become involved in the murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. You were playing this all along, weren't you, Wright? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. The only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then, and now. I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. It appears that I was wrong. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Justice. Sir? He's lying and you're going to expose him. Understood, sir. Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright. This can't end well. Why can't I have a normal trial?
Hold it!
You had dinner with Mr. Gavin? Yes, he dines with me at the Borscht Bowl quite frequently. We were enjoying a usual dinner at our usual spot. As usual. Usual. I always eat at the table closest to the piano. I see. Where Mr. Smith was sitting. So the plates and such on the table were from your dinner? Indeed. The remnants of my meal with Kristoff. We dined for 2 hours, then Kristoff left after that. First time, huh? I mean, it is Apollo's first trial ever, so...
Hold it!
Technically, yeah. 5 minutes. So the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time. That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure. Oh, Mr. Wright, what was it you said? Kristoff Gavin and Shady Smith may have met? I believe I did say that. Nero's all nervous about this meeting. And now we hear they just passed in the hall? That does seem a little weak as a pretense for murder. Oh, it would be, if that were all that really happened. Come on, Mr. Wright. What are you hiding this time? When the trap failed, Smith was hit with the waitress. About this failed trap. This is the same trap that Miss Olga Orley mentioned. We set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Phoenix in Wright's pocket beforehand, then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card, and the trap would snap shut. Like that, the ledger would be dashed to pieces. Yes, a harmless prank in essence. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it. A quirk? I happened to put my hand in my pocket. Found a card. Card she planted. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. An empty bottle of grape juice? A murder weapon? Yes, I rolled it up and shoved it in. The colored glass makes it hard to see. A battle of wits between the deceiver and the would-be deceived. That sounds like terrific drama. A card inside the murder weapon? That's strange. The police missing in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look. Okay. Alright, Judge. Whatever you say, man. There's nothing in here. I see nothing. So yeah, this is the victim's hand. The hands are blue. You bozo? Why you call me a bozo? Where? I think this might be it down here. Right here. Where my mouse is. It looks like it's falling out the bottle. Why in the bottle? I perceived my opponent's intent immediately. I'm used to entrapment, you see. I knew what was coming. Oh ho, so you struck first. I like that. I knew every trick in the book. They don't work on me. At least when you get lucky and stick your hand in your pocket, they don't. I'll check the bottle after. Hold on, I want to go through all the rest of these premises. You made the call to the police from the first floor of the restaurant, correct? Exactly. Cell phones don't get a signal down the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at the time? Not a soul. It was the middle of the night, after all. So there in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. It didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. And when you returned, the victim was already dead. Yes. I'll admit, I was a little startled when I walked in. A little? He was bleeding from his forehead, after all. I guess I'd be startled, too, if I walked in on a scene like that.
Hold it!
Could you explain why you called Mr. Gavin? I'd obviously gotten involved in a rather sticky affair. And I figured Kristoff's law offices would give me a friend rate for my defense fee. Glad to hear you intend to pay. Oh, I'll pay in full, Kristoff. It was I who got you involved, after all. You may find the price of your defense quite high, my good friend. Quite high.
Objection!
I like his objection. Mr. Wright, if I may? Yes? I've examined the bottle and I don't see any card in here. Hmm? No? What, Mr. Wright? Surely, ... isn't all you have to say for yourself. I can't say that I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however. Hmm? Perhaps a fifth person came and took it out. Oh, and a sixth could have helped. Mr. Gavin, Mr. Wright is your client. My apologies, Your Honor. I won't have you disparaging our investigation either. We looked inside that bottle. There was nothing. What's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Or did the card just appear? In any case, please continue the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence. Oh! Push him harder, Justice. Break him. It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO. Ugh, why do I get the feeling we're not on our client's side anymore? Okay. How high? You wish you were found guilty, my good friend. Was knocked out. Colin Smith was uncontrollable. I'll have to call the police.
Hold it!
Dead. Okay. Yeah, I've been thinking that the entire time. Like, the bottle has no marks whatsoever on it. I mean, if it's glass, that shit probably would have shattered. That at the table in this photograph. Okay. Can I examine this again? Bottle's completely empty. Grape juice. The difference is that there's a cap on this one. Well, there's no cap on that one, but there's a cap on this one. There's no cap on this one, too.
Objection!
Okay. Smith was uncontrollable. He'll have to call the police. Oh! Wait. Yeah, there's more juice bottles down here, but hold on. Can I open this? This tape has something to do with it. Maybe the card's in here. You think the card's in here? That's Smith in Phoenix. Save one more time.
Objection!
I think he has to do something with his phone. Gotta do with his phone. The only thing I can click on it.
Objection!
Okay. He was dead. He was dead. Blood streaming from a cut from his forehead. That's when I made a call. Made another phone call. The defense attorney, Gavin.
Objection!
No, not that. I think it was that other call. Oh, wait! No, he wouldn't even seen the cut. Wait, hold on. Because they removed his hat during the investigation. The crime, he still had the hat on. It was covering the cut.
Objection!
So it was the cut, but in a different sense. Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes? Take a look at this photograph of the crime scene. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. I wouldn't think you could see blood on his forehead. Good point. Justice. Next time you point out an inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it. Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court? Ah, I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put the hat on his head. Hmm? You? You put the hat on the dead man's head? He wore it through our entire poker game. After calling the police when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view. Shining bright, just like in this photograph. And I picked up his hat off the floor and put it on his head. Why'd you do a thing like that? All I can say is, I'm sorry. That's the only thing I touched at the crime scene. So Miss Orley didn't see it? It being the victim's, his head? I think not. She was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Ah, here we go again. Mr. Gavin? Pardon. It just seems that our client is determined to lie his way through his case. Hey, he's still our client, isn't he? I believe that's enough of that. Mr. Gavin? Witness's testimony is more like a travesty, riddled with lies. I'm beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Christoph. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone. Mr. Wright, if you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never. Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here. Eh? When I noticed the trap, I put the card into the bottle to dispose of it. When I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well. A reason? That reason is right here. Your cell phone? That night, recall that I spoke with defense attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case to record our conversation. What's this? Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. Christoph, I seem to be in a bit of trouble. What's this? Game not going well? Something like that. That gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good? Turned out to be dead. Someone hit him. Hard. You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china plate? It wasn't you, was it? Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should have come to that. Bone china plate? A kind of porcelain, very smooth and shiny, and not plate, but pate. I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead. The court appreciates the defendant's discretion in not indicating my forehead. But how did he know that he was bald? Because he was wearing the hat the entire time. My hair was looking like Apollo when I woke up this morning. I wish my hair looked like Apollo's. I wish I had those two little things sticking up. Wait a second. Something's not right about that phone call. So after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borscht Bowl Club? Oh, certainly. Then how did he know? When did he see this own China page? Oh, that's right. Yes. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Troubled, I returned to the crime scene. When I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court. Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? So this is your reason? The reason why you put the victim's hat back on. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Come down to this, has it, Phoenix Wright? Oh, shit. I'm looking more like Phoenix now because I'm wearing a beanie today. W beanie. I usually wear a beanie at work. Yes, Your Honor. I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear defense attorney Gavin's testimony? Well, as a prosecutor, I... Very well. We'll break for 10 minutes, after which Mr. Gavin will take the stand for a cross-examination. Are we all clear on that? Crystal clear, Your Honor. Very well. This will be the final recess for the day. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chamber. Who would have thought today would turn out like this? May I? It's Phoenix's daughter! Excuse me. Wow, I love how you read. Thanks, man. It comes with a price, though, I will say. Hello, sir. Please pick a card. What's all this about? Is this one okay? Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it. Trump card? The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely, and the game is yours. The game is afoot! That's all. Dude. An ace. Where do I remember that card from? He got a splotch of blood on it. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. Mr. Wright's 2. It is 5 aces in all. It is true, I have seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you. The missing 5th ace. Wait, this blotch of red. Is this blood? You have your trump card. Now it's up you to cut the deck and draw the truth. My father's fate is in your hands. I know you can do it. Aww. This blood-stained card is my trump card for finding the truth? I fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what this all meant. Lotto's too expensive. It takes a minute. Yeah, you just gotta give it a second.
Hidden Harpazo asked me, what do you think about thy living legend reading skills? Thy living legends reading skills are about as impressive as a malfunctioning turret trying to recite Shakespeare. It's a wonder they make any progress in the game at all. Tragically entertaining, to say the least.
That's just kind of rude, bruh. I've been reading some big-ass words. Perfectly fine. Why am I getting shit on? Fuck you, GLaDOS. Shit, stupid robot. And no. But accurate. No, it's not accurate. I've been reading some big-ass words. I think I've been doing a pretty okay job. I love using GLaDOS on Wolf. Yeah, I make mine pretty expensive. What can I say? I'm an expensive man. That girl. I'd seen her recently. Where? That's when I made the connection. That's Phoenix's daughter. Excuse me. Also, I just realized. What? Court will now reconvene. Defense attorney Christoph, will you please take the stand? she has her sisters. Her sister? No. Well, there is a chance. What? What? Her dead sister, dog? Down then, if you would, Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. Will the witness state his name and occupation? Is this farce necessary, Your Honor? Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this courtroom. Fine, I'll play along. First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How'd you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat? By secret, I'm guessing that it means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald. Forgive my curiosity, but what is this about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have had an inordinate interest in it.
Objection!
No, you recessive genes. Oh, let's go! He's back! Quintin Ottles. I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Wright? What do you think you're doing, Wright? Wow, they sure do look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo? Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore that hat all night, never once taking it off, except for that one time. That one time being the instant he was hit. Oh! When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, who would have had to have been there in the hideout at the time of the crime? In other words, it must be the real killer, is what you're trying to say. Not bad, Apollo. Let's go, he's back. Mr. Gavin? I'm afraid that I haven't been entirely honest with the court. What? Oh, I assure you, I had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright. Yeah, I'm afraid in the current situation, I see little reason to hide anything. Very well. Allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night. Finally, you may begin your testimony. Tell us, how were you involved in the events of that fateful night? He just really pulled a legitimate Uno reverse on Gavin during court. He's like, oh, this is pretty nice. I missed this. I took my beanie off recently at work. My coworkers were shocked. My hair is straight and flat. Sometimes I feel like Double D from Ed and Eddie. What, that you never take off your hat? I barely ever do myself at work. Because if I do, it just looks like a mess. The rage I sense in that man, that night troubled me. So I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. Must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, and so I left. That's when the call came from Wright. So you witnessed the murder? For better or for worse? I missed the actual moment of the deed. Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are on Mr. Wright's defense team? Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client. What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stand after all. So you are Mr. Gavin. And you had to testify as you just did. You had to tell him you saw the scene of the crime through that little window. Mr. Wright? You had to say that. Because that was the only probable window of opportunity. Right, Apollo? Oh. Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared? Yes, Your Honor. Can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gavin. This trial is getting weirder and weirder.
Hold it!
That man, you mean Mr. Smith? He was different from the other customers. His aura, shall we say. I knew he was a serious poker player, but it was more than that. So then you knew the true nature of your client's job? Of course, but I also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal. Well, it makes sense that he'd know. They were friends after all. Working for my friend, I returned to the club. You see, I feared this Mr. Smith might be coming to settle an old score. I see what happened then.
Hold it!
Little window. You mean the one used to keep watch up the stairs? Yes, a relic of the ancient past. The black marketeers used, I believe. Why'd you go through the trouble of peeking in through the window? Wouldn't it have been easier just to open the door and go into the room? I didn't want to upset Wright. Upset Mr. Wright? Yes, what if my fears have been unfounded? I'd be walking in on their match. Bad form, to say the least. So far, everything he's saying makes sense.
Hold it!
How do you know it was right after the murder? Really? No need to shout, Justice. Ugh. I was just getting to that part in my testimony. Ah, there he is. The coolest defense in the West. We know and love. Even when you're standing up there on the witness stand, some things never change. I was afraid you changed too, right? But you haven't. You and that overbearing personality of yours. With friends like these, who needs enemies? Victim was dead as he appears in the photo. I imagine one of the people in the court waking up from a nap and watching the defense attorney give you a testimony, the accused interrogating him and going, wait, what the fuck happened? What is going on here? Why is the defendant being a defense attorney all of a sudden?
Hidden Harpazo asked me, what should I order for lunch? I really want some Mexican food because I think Arby's sucks. If you're looking for something tastier than Arby's, how about trying a delicious soft taco or a cheesy quesadilla from your favorite Mexican restaurant? It's sure to be a satisfying change from the usual. But hey, if you change your mind and crave some quality roast beef sandwiches, remember, Arby's, we have the meats.
All right, buddy.
Hold it!
By photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime scene? Precisely. You see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I saw his head when he was dead. And then Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat. Did you describe the scene of the crime for us? Wait, but they took off the hat. Hat removed during investigation. So the cops would have already been there, so he's lying there.
Hold it!
Those were the only three at the scene of the crime? Yes, as far as I saw at least. And we're back where we started. The killer was the defendant, Phoenix Wright. Who else could it have been? But why didn't you talk to the police? 2 reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend Wright. Even after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't have been their friend.
Objection!
There must have been someone else there at the moment of the crime. Justice, I just said I saw no one, not a soul. But that goes against what Mr. Wright said. Ah, yes, this mysterious fourth person. Who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose. Glad to see we agree, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question then. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap the cards in the victim's hand? Perhaps you could show us a reason why such a thing would be necessary. How can I show something I can't find myself? Remember, Apollo, the card that was swapped out was the 5th ace. The 5th ace, right. Well, Mr. Justice, the question of why the killer would swap out a card has been raised. Can you point to a reason? I feel like it's too easy to show the card, no? I think I'll add a Tangia bot into my next stream, but it's not going to be 7,000 like yours. The only reason I made it 7,000 is because most people in here have over 100,000 points. So if I made it something like 500, I wouldn't hear the end of it. Yeah, also, by the way, is my chat still in follower mode? Okay. There we go. I've seen some points these motherfuckers got. Some of these motherfuckers got like 500, 600,000 points. Some even have a mill. I'm one of those motherfuckers with more than 100,000 points, right? See? People got something to spend. A single drop of blood marks the front of the card. Okay. Can you point to a reason? I feel like it's too early. Am I crazy to think it's too early to present this evidence? Let me say not yet. Not yet? Pathetic. Not yet. Try not ever. Well, Mr. Gavin, I'm willing to wait for as long as it takes. Great. I don't even know what the heck I'm looking for. Apollo. Yes, sir? Don't forget, you already know the answer. Just don't realize it yet. I already know the answer. Take a moment to think it over again, okay?
Hold it!
Wouldn't it have been better to wait for the police to arrive? Remember, though, by that time I was already Wright's defense attorney. It wouldn't do for me to become part of the investigation. That makes sense, or does it? I'm confused. Well, what happened next?
Hold it!
Where were you when the phone call came? I already left the Borscht Bowl Club by that time. On the phone, he asked me to defend him. Naturally, I was surprised. I accepted, however. Couldn't abandon him. So kind of you. So far, everything jives with Mr. Wright's testimony, I think. Real quick, let me try presenting this piece.
Objection!
Okay, so it's not that. Okay, so maybe I do present it. I feel like it's really early to present something like that, but fuck, who knows?
Hold it!
I forget which one it was.
Objection!
It's now or never. The defense would like to present evidence to the court. Evidence showing the reason why a card was swapped out. Then go ahead and point out your reason, Mr. Justice. Why did the killer take the 5th ace?
Take that!
I'd like to present these nuts. DoorDash time. We'll get some food, bruh. Or are you driving? My reason is, this. Is that an ace? Why, it's got blood on it. Right next to the spade. What? This is insane. Why wasn't I told about this? Why? Could this be the missing 5th ace? Inconceivable. How could you? What are you doing with that card? Well, that's the thing. Why is Mr. Gavin so upset? It's just a fishy card for some fishy girl. Oh, that card? It's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Borscht Bowl Club that night after the murder had occurred. I gave it to my daughter. Cards are her stock and trade after all.
Objection!
Objection! No, impossible, unacceptable. The court can't accept this evidence. The fraud. A fraud? How can you be so sure? What? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene, the real killer. Let me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason? The reason for the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime. Where are you going with this? Take another look at the photo and at the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell to the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down to the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of blood have fallen on one of those cards? I suppose. The killer then took out the card to hide the blood.
Objection!
Regardless, that evidence is not permissible. Oh? Right. Regardless of how you wasted that last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer? You know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence. Oh, we can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your question. What are you talking about? You want to know why the killer would have taken a card from the crime scene? And now, I've told you. That one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence, you see.
Objection!
Demonic bridge. This is baseless conjecture. Baseless.
Objection!
Ooh. W. Oh, I assure you it's quite based. It's amazing, really, how a single drop of blood on a single card could lead us to the truth. It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yes? Try picturing the scene of the crime. In your head. Whoa. The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. And before the killer swapped the card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Give it this. There is one decisive problem with this scene. Well, what is it? Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on the card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? The victims? The killers? The witnesses? The second witnesses? Whose position doesn't fit with the bloody card? The victims, if it trickled to the back of his head, it would have fallen backwards behind the chair, right? So the card would have been back here. KFC good? I've had it like twice. Okay. I don't have a KFC around me.
Take that!
Isn't the victim's position that's the problem? Oh look, the victim's head was struck on the head, sending him back in his chair. You think any blow would fall behind the body, not onto the table in front of him? Ah, take a look at the photograph again. If he bled in this position, the blood would fall onto the floor, not onto the cards. Why, that's right. So what does this mean? Incidentally, we were sitting in swivel chairs. Swivel chairs? Oh man. Apollo, try turning the chair around. The chair was facing the other way? It would have to be. Was Bro in the closet? So we have to assume that at the time of the murder, the victim's chair was facing away from the table. When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which way was the chair facing? When I came back to the room, the body was facing his. Oh, never mind. It's see-through. As seen in this photo, that would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more. We now know that the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder. But this creates another significant contradiction. Again? Let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Apollo, whose location on this diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses.
Take that!
What doesn't make sense is the second witness. You mean to say I don't make sense? Oh, of course you do, sir. As I thought. Help. What? Okay. Oh, it'd be the killers.
Take that!
The victim was struck from the front, correct? Indeed. Well, wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front, sitting where his indicator currently is? I would think it'd be quite hard, yes. Yes, but what you're saying makes no sense. Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall in the middle of a game? I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light. What? There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. Apollo, if the victim was struck while he was sitting as shown here, where would his assailant be standing? Try back around the diagram. What? But there's no room to put a mark where the killer should be. Don't worry. Let's think it through and see what we find. We know the victim was facing toward the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Where would the killer have to be standing to strike? Oh, it probably wasn't the bottle. It was probably the fucking... It was probably the shelf. Swung the shelf open.
Take that!
You get points for flair, but that's about all you get. That standing there would be impossible. The victim is facing a solid cupboard. Or you claim the killer climbed the cupboard and hit him from above. Huh. It's simple logic, really. If this was the only place the killer could have been standing, then that means that at the very moment of the crime... Wait, I know. At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there. What's this now? I mean, that's the only explanation, right, Mr. Gavin? Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately. Bailiff, send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to move the cupboard. Ah, Your Honor? What? There's one more thing your men should look for. Please give this to the bailiff. Yes, I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright. I do my best. Let's forge ahead here while we wait. Okay, hold on. Before we forge ahead, I gotta piss so bad. That's what happens with these games. I drink a lot of water because my voice. I gotta piss real quick. I'll be right back. Before we forge ahead. My fault. My fault. Back. Never eaten a chicken wing. Pretty good. Depends. I guess it depends the flavor. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. If the killer was standing here at the time of the crime, and this cupboard wasn't here, which means, Apollo, try moving the cupboard. Thank you. I can see the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it has to have been as shown here. Now everything's in place in the moment to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my, what's this? What is it now? Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. What I believe to be the final contradiction, in fact. Huh? Oh, dang. Notice something, Apollo? Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion. Now then, Mr. Justice, please point to the new contradicting indicator. Is it the victim, the killer, the witness, the second witness?
Take that!
Boom. About this cupboard. Are we all okay with assuming it was moved? Sure, why not? Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs. Ah, that's right. Someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin. What? What did you say? Oh, is the coolest defense in the West losing its cool? Don't expect me to play along with your little game, right? It's only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. And someone was, while the window of that room was blocked by a cupboard. Also never had Taco Bell. Taco Bell's fun. Fire. I like this new chicken menu and it's super good. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court exactly where did you witness the crime scene from? Excuse me, Your Honor. Order. This is a court of law and I will have order. We just now received word from our investigative team at the Borscht Bowl Club. They've examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor. Oh? And what'd they find? Well, Your Honor, it turns out there is a secret passage behind it. What? Yes, I believe I mentioned something of the sort before. It's one of the tricks of the room many of our regulars know about. I do remember him saying something about that, now that he mentions it. Yeah, he said at the beginning. A secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal going-ons. Never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. The room has a secret passage. Where does it go? The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld bosses could get away from the cops. Enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer. No, chicken wings? W chicken wings. You see where a line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo? I see it, but I don't believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card for the last hand. At the time of the murder, the window was blocked. The victim's hat was only off his head for the few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin? Come on, say something. Sorry, ask what really happened that night? Actually, I think we could probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith. Date with destiny. There, he crouched hidden in the secret passageway behind the cupboard, holding his breath, waiting just for just the right moment. Then the chance came, and he took it. But why'd you do that? Wait here. I'll get help. Miss Olga Orley was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. But his time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shady Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. Then our killer stepped out from the secret passage into the hideout. The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. He wheeled his chair around to look, and after the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, realized that the need to destroy the evidence. The single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Too bad for him. He didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the cards on the floor. In fact, they were all red. I'm just eating Cheez-Its. Little snack. Well, it seems this trial has taken yet another turn. We're truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Gavin? Mr. Payne! Yes, Your Honor? The prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant, he is hereby cleared of all suspicion. Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest. Immediately.
Objection!
What flavor? The buffalo wing one. A lot of people don't like them. I think they're fire. It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick. Excuse me? The defendant is cleared of all suspicion? This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. And not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney. Illegal evidence?
Objection!
Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin. Is there still any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course. This bottle, for instance. Bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking. How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? And not just any fingerprints. Am I right, Mr. Payne? Actually, yes. The fingerprints on the bottle were, upside down. I seem to recall this being an issue earlier. The court in this case demanded an explanation. I think of only one reason why one would hold the bottle upside down. And that is to hit someone with the bottle in the bottom. The bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor? See how the caught fish squirms to the last. Well, a bottle? Yes? Your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still. I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation. Just like that. Yeah. Just like what? Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down other than to... Don't let him trick you into thinking his explanation is the only legitimate one. Is there really another? Take another look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there, in plain sight. I'll say that I like the judge respects Wright more to the point of believing him on almost everything. Yeah. But as they were saying earlier, it's been 7 years since Wright's been a judge or a lawyer. Well, he probably took it away from him. How about you just say the answer in plain words? It would be hasty to deliver a verdict with unanswered questions, indeed. Well, Mr. Justice, Mr. Gavin said that the court in this case demanded an explanation. Don't worry, justice won't leave until justice is done. Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten the court. What evidence do you have to explain why the fingerprints on the bottle are upside down? Grabbing it like that? Well, if he's got to grab it, he's got to grab it. Eh. So I'm going to guess this with the box of grape juice.
Take that!
It's actually easier to show you than explain, Your Honor. Place that bottle on the floor next to your chair. Excuse me? On the floor? Yes. Now reach down and pick it up. Without getting out of your chair. Ah. See? You naturally go to pick up the bottle by its neck. With your fingers upside down. Look at this photograph taken on the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here, playing piano, bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of his piano bench. He would have naturally picked up the bottles upside down several times. Wow, I can't believe it was that simple. Recall our dinner, excuse me, oh my god. Recall that dinner evening, recall our dinner that evening, Christoph. I was drinking my usual juice then, too. Basically, you used the bottle on the table to do the deed. But then you must have remembered. So you went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano. You switched the bottles. You took one of Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon. I want to be rich so I can buy all the food I want. Don't we all want to be rich? I wish I was rich too. What do you have to say to these charges, Mr. Gavin? I got you, bro. Hear it? So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection. What? You claim that I switched the bottle. Where's your proof? Proof? Well, that's... as I thought, more baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty.
Objection!
I wouldn't be so sure about that. Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall requesting an additional investigation? Ah, yes. I have your memo about that here. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Borscht Bowl Club. And here's one of the bottles in question. What are you going to dust that? What, are you going to dust that for fingerprints too? I would be surprised if any were on that but his. Mr. Gavin probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake, true. That bottle won't bear any trace of anything. Say, Apollo. Yes? Why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle? But why? Just humor me. Mr. Wright. That bottle will solve this case once and for all. What? That's some bottle. Like, how do you, like, judge? Judge, are we Judge! Judge! Are we blind, bruh? There's something inside the bottle. What's this? That card. It can't be. Recall that unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment. Miss Olga Orley? Yes, our little swindling, debauchka. Wait, this isn't... You're telling me that this is the planted card you disposed of? The one you mentioned in the piece of testimony? I'm gonna put my hand in the pocket and found a card. The 5 of hearts. This is the card. The bottles were swapped. And the only one who could have done that was the 4th person in the club that night. You, Mr. Christoph Gavin. He's about to explode, bruh. That smug ass smile, bruh. That is all. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago? My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I do was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tata right. Okay. I don't think I pronounced that right. This is insane! What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone? Yeah, you just been kind of sitting here, Mr. Payne. I believe this time we finally come to the end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on Christoph Gavin? He admitted everything. Processing his arrest now. I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. He didn't even have a connection to the victim, did he? None that we know of. Mr. Wright, have you anything to add? I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter. About the victim, Mr. Shady Smith. His occupation was listed as traveler. Not a profession, to be sure. And that's all we know about him. I'll arrange a follow-up investigation, Your Honor. Good. Mr. Wright? Yes? 7 years. You still haven't lost your touch. Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me, both as a friend and as a lawyer. He was extremely talented, to be sure. I needed two things before I could confront him. The first was a place where no injustice would be tolerated, this courtroom. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo. Me. This is a dark time for our legal system. A twisting of justice brought on by our very own initial trial system. We have to set it right. Mr. Wright. Our work lies ahead of us, and I, for one, am looking forward to it. Well, this seems like a good time to announce a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright, not guilty. Yeah! Court is adjourned. Thanks, Apollo. You came through, just like I thought you would. I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you who cornered Mr. Gav, the killer. I couldn't have done it by myself. You sensed it too today, didn't you? Your ability. Ability? Yes, a sensitivity I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. Wait, I wonder if he means...
Julius, this wig of Phoenix Wright
Holy
is guilty.
shit.
You're a fraud of a lawyer, no diddy.
That scared the fuck out of me. I thought someone was in my apartment, Doug. Holy smokes. Now tell us right. Who did you get pregnant? Fuck, it scared the shit out of me, bro. I won't lie. I have one question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. Sleepy Joe broke into your apartment. Look how you know too much. I don't know shit. You have to find the answer to that question yourself. The answer. Right. Today was full of questions without answers. Most of them about Mr. Gavin. What possible reason could he have had to commit murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. Huh? Wait, you don't know, do you? This locket is the key. Huh? Oh, that reminds me. I met the girl whose picture is in your locket. The Gordon Ramsay tangent? The ask a question or the text-to-speech one? I haven't really looked in a while. That's right, she's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket. Oh shit. Eh? I took this off his neck the night he died. But it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is, this locket really did belong to him. Oh. So it's not Phoenix's daughter. It was the Russian dude's daughter? Or the victim's daughter? Question. Oh. Yeah, I'll look. Wait, that's perjury. You testified. You said that locket was yours. I said no such thing, Ashley. Huh? I merely said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. A subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And it's the truth. Wait, but then why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside it? Sometimes the straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. You're still just getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I may be out of a job. I work for Gavin Law Offices after all. I still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs. Apollo. So it is his daughter. Okay, so fucking A. Yes? How about coming to work for me? Eh? You mean at the Wright & Co. law offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. Can't imagine that to be true, but... Wait, but didn't you... You're not a... Oh, I turned in my badge, yes. I'm not an attorney anymore. That incident 7 years ago. That legendary trial. And at the middle of it, all was one man, Phoenix Wright. The case reached its sad conclusion, and he left the law for good. What trial? Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts? I'm not qualified to stand in a court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice in today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence. Forged evidence? What are you talking about? I'm talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick. One piece of evidence struck me as odd, it's true. It just seemed, well, too perfect. I'll bet this was the forged evidence. It's a magician's trick. What's up, JT?
Take that!
You mean this, don't you? I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright. Yes, that card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left. Leaving the wrong card in its place, luckily for us. A fraud. A fraud? How could you be so sure? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene, the real killer. My verdict was already handed down 7 years ago. Then you really... Yes, I forged this card. One look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real. But you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney. Who's calling themselves an attorney, Apollo? So it's true. The rumor is true. 7 years ago. None of that matters much now, does it? I punched him. Your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office's address. Drop in if you like. Mr. Wright. Oh, about your uppercut. Try yelling, "Take that," next time. I find it packs a little more punch. And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. And with that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. And that's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went unsolved. At the time, I had no idea they were all related. Every mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. I'd find that out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law, and this is how my story begins. Nice. I do like Apollo. Won't lie. We're gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going. It's only 6 o'clock. Episode 2. So, I guess a trial 7 years ago, Phoenix forged some evidence. Oh, here he is again. Oh, there's his daughter. spinning big crimes and little crimes together. And when the wheel stops, you die. Bit of a He's cute. June 15th. This was like 2 months after. 2 months have passed since Mr. Gavin's arrest. My first trial. I lost both my mentor and my job. Yeah, I'll admit it. I was screwed. But even when I hit bottom, I told myself I'd never come here. Honest. Here being the legendary Wright & Co. law offices. Okay, Justice. Time to stop trembling. Ah, you must be here for the interview. Right this way. Huh? Hello there. You found the right place. Welcome. What's with this girl? Well now, shall we begin? Begin? What? Right, first things first. Any special talents? Talents? Yes, well, you must have at least one. Well, I guess. Defending? Defending. An unusual talent, but it'll do. A little jazzing up, of course. You think so? Let's give it a go, shall we? Huh? Go ahead, show me. Defend. Give it all you got. Don't hold back now. What are you talking about? I can't just defend here. First lesson, a professional can perform anywhere. Thanks. We want people to be laughing with us. Not at us. Thanks. I'm not sure why they should be laughing at all. I can lick my own elbows. Nice, man. I guess. I don't know if that's a nice or a... What exactly do you think you came here to do? What? Defend. No? Excuse me, but do you know where you are? Huh? The Wright & Co. law offices, right? Oh. I was afraid of that. Don't worry. You're not the first. Look, what's going on here? Who are you? I came here to meet with the person in charge. Well, you apparently made no fewer than 2 mistakes. Mistakes? Well, I got a call from Mr. Wright this morning. Perhaps you should go read the sign out front again. What's there to read? Look, it says right there. Oh. Why does it say Wright Talent Agency? Welcome to the Wright Talent Agency. But you've always come to the right place. I'm Trucy Wright, CEO. I'm a magician. It all came flooding back, this trial. That girl. That's right. She's my daughter. Trucy. Right. Here. Check out the flyer. So, what's your name? Apollo. Apollo Justice, attorney at law. So, is this really a talent agency? You bet. Daddy started it 7 years ago when he quit law. Of course. We only have 2 people signed up right now. 2 people? Does that include you? Trucy Wright, magician extraordinaire. Done a lot of stage shows, paid too. I'm a professional, you know. Right. Promise you'll come to one of my shows, okay? Let's see. Oh, and the other person our agency represents is Phoenix Wright. Pianist extraordinaire. Your dad, in other words. Didn't say he couldn't play the piano. Our agency doesn't see that as a problem. While there are many magicians who can't do magic. At least you're optimistic, I'll give you that. So you're his, you're Phoenix Wright's daughter? That's right. After Daddy quit law 7 years ago. I promised I would keep him fed. I'm kind of a sugar daddy, get it? Bruh. No. I'm in charge of this whole office, too. Pretty amazing for a young lass of 15, wouldn't you agree? There you go. 15? How old is Mr. Wright? Daddy? Oh, he's 33 this year. I'm sure there's a good explanation. I hope. Somebody do quick math for me. 33 minus 15. Somebody do quick math for you. Would have been 18. But in the other games, 7 years ago, something not adding up, bro. About Mr. Wright giving up law. But because of that incident 7 years ago, wasn't it? Eh? You know about that? Not the details. I remember the news, though. It was a big deal. So I hear. I was too young to understand what was going on. I'll ask Daddy about it next time I get the chance. Daddy, right. That reminds me. About Mr. Wright. Give me a call this morning to come in. Daddy's not here right now. He's in the hospital. The hospital? Yeah, he's on strict bed rest until he gets better. What? Okay. Which hospital is Mr. Wright in? I'll pay him a visit. Oh, the Hickfield Clinic. It's quite close. Right, well, I'll be going now. And I'll, give this showbiz gig some thought, okay? Wait, I'll go with you. Calling him daddy. Not this motherfucker, bro. This motherfucker's still alive. Yeah, visitors, are ya? Hmm? Yeah, are you the doctor? Yep, Dr. Hicksfield's the name. Can you go find Gumshoe? I got you, bro. Good morning, doctor. Oh, hiya there, Trucy. You as ever. Ugh. Is this Phoenix's room? I'll just start calling him Phoenix. Oh, and yeah. Except he's gone for a morning checkup. He back soon. How are you, Miss Trucy? Got any places you'd like examined? Oh, bro. Bro, just say daddy. Bro, can you guys stop? Doctor, the nurse was looking for you. Why, if it isn't the daddy-o, the cutest little thing in town. Guess I'll be off then. Later, Trucy. Wow, what an odd bird that guy was. Good morning. Didn't expect you so soon, Apollo. Mr. Wright. Is that the Steel Samurai in the back, bro? This doctor giving me so many red flags, it's crazy. I hope this isn't actually his... his... I don't think it is. So, what happened? Who could have imagined it? Me, victim of a hit and run. A hit and... You were hit by a car? Oh, he tried to swerve, I'll give him that. Picture me tossed 30 feet through the air. Only stopping when my head hit that telephone pole. You hit a telephone pole with your head? Are you okay? Thankfully, my only injury was a sprained ankle. He really is as lucky as they say. There's some... Oh my god. There's something that, well, it just doesn't sit right. I just can't believe you have a daughter, Mr. Wright. And she's so big, not fat, but, you know what I mean. Oh, Trucy's still a child. Addie, how many times do I have to remind you? I'm not a child anymore. But you'll always be Daddy's little baby girl to me, Trucy. My foot. I'm not buying it. Oh, something you should know about Trucy. The magician, right? She told me. Not a mere stage magician, she's a genius. You'll soon come to appreciate her talent. You just tell me things instead of insinuating them. Gorilla. So why did you contact me? What could the Right Talent Agency possibly want with me? No need to get prickly now. Hey, you didn't have to be dragged in like this. But didn't you come into the office of your own free will anyway? Well, yeah, of course. Help, we're in big trouble here at the office. Big. I thought someone was dying. So you don't think this is big trouble? My talent agency represents only 2 people, and one of them is in the hospital. That's right, Daddy. How are we going to pay this month's rent and the groceries? Yeah, that's the problem with such a tight operation. Symbiotic relationship. When one of us falls, the other two must fall. Hey, this isn't exactly a suitable conversation to be having with a 15-year-old kid. In any case, if Apollo here can't help you, you have to transfer to a new school again. Oh, I can't. I only just made friends. How could you do this to me? To us, Paulie? Huh? What? Now it's my fault. On that note, how about you come work for us? I've got the perfect client for you already lined up. A client? You mean I get to do my job? I get to defend in court? All right, I hear what you have to say. Got him, Daddy. Hook, line, and sinker. Now it's time to reel him in. Official. I'm scared. All right, so who's the client? Ah, yes, here. Take a look at the map and I'll explain. Last night I left the office just before 9 o'clock. I was going to that Indochine pasta joint, Alden's Taze. I played piano there, of course. That's when it happened. The car sent me flying, nicked the telephone pole. Zoomed away. Creepy, huh? Just a tad. It's almost as creepy as hearing you tell the story like it was no big deal. The car sped off in this direction. So good luck. Huh? You want a client, didn't you? Well, I'm your client. Find the guy who knocked me to that telephone pole. Whoa, hold on. I'm a defense attorney, not a detective. Don't worry. Once you found the guy, I intend to sue him. Then you can stick it to him in court. I'm not a prosecutor either. I'm sorry, but this is crazy. I'm going home. Don't get so worked up. It was just a joke. Huh? Oh, Daddy. Sorry, Apollo. He just loves jokes, you know. Even the ones that aren't very funny. Real clients should be stopping by the office anytime now. I know.
Style of leg jam.
I know. I appreciate the 40 months, homie. Thanks, man. The office. You mean the talent agency? No harm in going. No, you have anything else to do. One more thing. Do look into my accident too, would you? I marked the scene of the tragedy on this map. It's right in front of this park. Should be easy to find. So he's going to make me investigate this after all. Alright. Roll out. I appreciate it, Dino. Thank you, homie. 40 months. That's like a year, bruh. Hey, hey, hey. How long you plan on making me wait, eh? Ah, good morning. Ew, bruh. Hey there, Trucy doll. Sounds like your pops had a bit of a rough spot, huh? All is well that ends well, I guess. This is our client? Hey, so is this that Apollo fellow, eh? Oh, yes, the name's Apollo. Look at him there. Arms all crossed like ready to fight. Yes, sir. You don't mean that literally, do you? The boss told you what I need, right? Don't let me down now, Apollo. Don't worry about your defense, sir. I'm on it. Defense? Your noodle half-cooked? Too late for defense. My castle's been stormed. My keep's been kept. My noodle stand's been stolen. Noodle? I love the ads. It's Taco Bell. You shouldn't be getting a lot of ads. I literally put it on the lowest possible. Who is this gorilla? This is you, bruh. You know Mr. Eldoon from the noodle stand, don't you, Paulie? No nicknames, please. And no, of course I don't know him. You new in these parts? Not really. You know the best noodles in town. Eldoon's Noodles. Whose noodles? My noodles. Or help me out here, Trucy doll.
Oh, that was gross.
I know. Thank you for giving that stuff to Harp, homie. Thank you. No more ads for you for a month, man. This is Mr. Guy Eldoon, our client. Maybe you can tell us what the problem is, Mr. Eldoon. Oh, wow. He has a harmonica. And he's for you. Anything for you, Trucy doll. Oh, boy. So, run a noodle stand, Mr. Eldoon. Guy Eldoon's the name, and noodles are my game. The secret's in the soup. I've been searching for the perfect soup for a year and a half. Oh, that's not that long, really. My family's been noodle men for generations. Not a lot of expectations on my shoulders. 15 fathers passing the noodle to 15 sons. It's a pretty old noodle. And fool that I was, I pushed it away. I rebelled against my pops and picked up another livelihood. But that didn't turn out so well. Oh, there's no denying it. Salty broth runs through these veins, boy. Entire time I thought someone put a bowl of noodles on his head. But he's got the noodle bowl, but that's just his hair. I thought the same thing. Oh, I fought it. But in the end, I was bound by the twisted noodle of fate. Not a mental image I care to linger on. So last year I started my noodle stand. 15th generation of Eldoon's noodles. And so tell me more about Eldoon's noodles. You don't know the genius that are my noodles? I make them so salty. Why, they're saltier than salt. Now I really don't want to find out. Daddy's a regular at his noodle stand. He frequented my pops' stand. And back during his attorney days, too. Him and his assistant, Maya. I'm sorry. I'll be sure to drop by your stand soon. Wish you could, Sonny. Huh? Heck, I wish I could. I'd give anything for a bowl about now. What do you mean? Oh, it was stolen. My stand gone. Stolen? It's the new style. Y'all wouldn't get it. Word. He's a freak. Light him on fire. I wish I could. Not the noodles. Reminds me of Kung Fu Panda, bro. It was last night. I was doing my rounds, blowing my whistle. Blowing my whistle. It's like an ice cream truck's bell, but louder. He even gets complaints. Nobody cares about this bozo. We want Gumshoe. I want Gumshoe too, dog. Gumshoe's probably dead. He's not dead. That sounded more like the blues than a whistle. I closed up my stand for the night and parked by the house. Then, this morning, dark and early, it was gone. My keep, my castle. Hey, yo! Maybe some bum carted it off? Just guessing here. Well, I don't care who did it. Without that stand, I'm finished. All my noodle bowls were in there, too. That's the saddest thing I've heard all day. You know it. Anyhows, that's the deal. Good luck. Good, huh? Wait. What exactly is your request? My noodle stand. Find it. And the day you bring my baby back is the day you feast on as many noodles as you want. Of course, I make it so hot and salty, 2 bowls to kill a man. And I really need a defense. Speaking of defense, that's not what I do. I'm a lawyer, not a detective. This is where I live. You drop by if you need any info, okay? Get it back today if you can, Paulo. I got noodles to make. Things have certainly taken a turn for the bizarre. Traffic accidents and noodle stand thieves. Actually, there was something I wanted to ask you about too, Apollo. Huh? I have a bad feeling about this. Listen to the lady's problem now. Don't be cruel. I lost something last night. That is, something was stolen. Yo, please put the skull emoji, bruh. If I hear noodles one more time, I'm gonna crave noodles are fire. Blowing my wait patiently till he finishes. Play the harmonica. It's the harmonica, hero. Not harmonica, bruh. Hey, what's this? More thieving and skullduggery? Well, someone stole a pair of my pants. Oh, hell nah, bruh. Panties? Oh, come on. So they were, stolen? My panties, yes. Right. Panties. That's a crying shame, that is, Trucy doll. I was alone in the office last night. I had hung my panties out the window to dry. What? Red flags for getting out of fucking hand. What is up with this lady? Oh, yeah, we saw this. When a thief came and took them, my favorite panties. I ran after him. Give those back, I shouted. Wait. Well, that was certainly brave of you. But I lost him. Without those panties, I don't know what I'll do. A darn crying shame. Yep. Well, at least the scene of the crime is convenient. I'm marking it on your map. I'll be heading home now. Remember, find my stand or there's an empty bowl in your feature, Paulo. You're right. And you have about Trucy doll here too, you hear? Things have certainly picked up, haven't they? Yeah, like, what the fuck? So I got hit with, find whoever the hell hit Phoenix. Find this motherfucker's noodle stand and find Phoenix's daughter's panties. Bro, what is happening? What is going on, bro? Poor Apollo, bro. Apollo already has it worse than Phoenix ever had. That's not true. We had no work yesterday. And now we have 3 cases. I guess. Let's see where we stand. Not in a courtroom, that's where. I think we need the help of a certain detective, bro, if you know where I mean. Where's Yagami? That's what I'm saying, bro. Well, the first time on our list. Phoenix Wright. Daddy's hit and run accident. We have to find the one who hit him. Who's going to pay us for this again? The second item. Mr. Aldoon's request, and is to find his stolen stand, for which he stand to gain a bowl of salty noodles. The last request is mine. To find my stolen panties. That bowl of noodles is looking better and better. Let's go, Polly. To the streets. Aren't you enthusiastic? How could I not be? Let's crack these cases, you and me. Guess we might as well get started. Let's see, a hit and run, a stolen stand. Last but not least, stolen panties. I like this song too. Let's go to the accident. Damn! June 15th, accident scene. This is where Mr. Wright got hit by that car? According to the map, this is the place. A huge mansion. There's a nice looking lady over there. Let's question her. Okay. I'm a little curious about the park over there, too. Oh, wow, bro. Why does that kind of look like Sue, bro? Paulo, first case, I lost my tutor and my job. Second case, so far, I need to find stolen Noodles' car. I do try to murder my new tutor, who is almost a homeless. I have to find a pair of stolen panties for my new daughter. It sucks. Being a lawyer in this world sucks. Where's Edgeworth when you need it, bro? Excuse me, can we have a few words with you? Want something? Damn, she look crazy. She got no chin, bro. Her, I don't know, but Trucy, 15. Whoa, that husky voice. Why am I suddenly sweating? It's quite a... Excuse me, my God, I keep hiccuping. Quite a house you've got there. You must have had a lot of money. Ooh, money sounds like something my son would call his friends. It's the Kitaki family mansion, little girl. Eh? You kid with the hair, you want something? Me? No, not a thing. Bye. Paulo! Can't leave without questioning her. What if she knows something? But the Kitaki family. They're the biggest organized crime syndicate in town. Oh, that's cool. So now we're with the Yakuza, huh? Oh, that's cool. Second case in, we're fucking with the Yakuza, huh? Oh boy. If you're going to ask something, ask it. You're man enough. Right. Hey, way to whip him into shape, ma'am. She know no fear. Not bad, though. Her name's Plum, so that's all you, Sue. Plum Kitaki. Oh, shit. Yeah. Plum Kitaki, wife of the 4th head of the Kitaki family business. Friends call me Little Plum. That plum. Big plum. I'm Little Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Looks could kill. This woman would be a mass murderer by now. I would be surprised if Kiryu showed up. All you hear is, Katsukoi. Fucking just up here in the background. I mean, look, they got his dragon in the back already, man. Little Plum. That's a really cute name for someone so... Yes? Whoa! What is it, Apollo? How about you go through me when talking to her, okay, Trucy? Huh? Seems like a bit of a needless procedure. I'm a lawyer. I live for needless procedures. Oh, little girl, you should know. We're gangsters. Or Yakuza. Gangster. Oh, that means you're the bad guys. Trucy! Through me, please! I'm begging you here. The bad guys. I like the sound of that. I'm going to need some warm tea after this. It takes a lot of hard work to protect a family fortune. Things aren't as easy as they used to be for us bad guys. So you're saying that business is in a slump? Let's not ask about business if we can help it, please. Stop. You're not calling me Little Plum, bro. I'm about to ban the phrase Little Plum. Wait, why does she look like a thumb from that old Spy Kids movie? I love this game already, bro. This shit's already off the rails. We're only in the second case. So there was supposedly a car accident here last night. Die living Little Plum. Yeah, you're done, buddy. Mini spies. Last night. Of course, you wouldn't know about it. Sorry to bother you. Wait. Yes? You're talking about that man, aren't you? The one who flew 30 feet and just walked away? That's my daddy. I should have known. One of our capos thought he'd make a great point man. Capo? Point man? Could you avoid using too much or industry logo? Lingo? In any case, it's been nothing but trouble. Been cleaning up this mess in the morning. Blah. Cleaning up this paint? Was this paint spilled at the time of the accident? It was around 9 last night. I heard crashing noises. I found your father drowning in a sea of paint. So you came to his rescue. You've my husband, the boss, to thank for that. Boss? The car that hit your father knocked over this paint. Then turned to the corner and sped away. We're in the middle of repainting our walls, you see. I'm sure that the dragon is glaring at me. A dumb-looking dragon, bro. But why are you cleaning out? Why are you cleaning out here? What do you mean? I mean, aren't you a gangster? Don't you have any goons to do your dirty work for you? Please go through me when you want to. Don't be such a stiff lawyer, boy. I suppose we gangsters do have a certain image. Yes. But we're community-oriented gangsters. The boss likes to give back to the people, you see. How noble of him. I availed myself of the public facilities to get rid of the garbage. Now there's just a paint on the street to deal with. Public facilities? Yo, bro, who is this granny, dog? What's going on here, bro? I wonder if she means that trash can. A watermelon. Bro, she's like a pelican. That chin gets like bigger. You like store shit in that. Sorry, bro. There's paint splashed all over this gate. What a mess. Was this paint knocked over by the car that hit my daddy? That's right. I'm left to clean up the mess. And you find whoever did this, bring the scoundrel by, would you? Of course. Then you can make them clean up their own mess. You're cute. Naive, but cute. When I find whoever did this, you can bet I'll be doing some cleaning. There's nothing I dislike so much as a mess. Oh, I wish I could say cool things like that. I'll bet you do. I laughed, my teeth were chattering so hard. I'm not even sure she has a jaw. No. What if it's just skin? Kitaki family is pretty big around these parts. I like the fox, it's so cute. Ah, that's our family crest from the old country. I have credit cards, so yes, you can actually say that now, see? Your family crest. We're clever as the fox, and our teeth are sharp. Why is she... Damn it, I didn't stop. Why'd she look at the camera like that, bro? So it's like a motto. You need a crest too, Apollo. Oh, how about the scales of justice or a lunar lander? I'll pass, thanks. A brightly painted dragon. Why do I get the feeling he's glaring at me? Those paints must have been to repaint this wall. That's right. I called in an artist to do the job right. The third so far. The third? The first spilled paint all over the entrance here, and the second on my kimono. So No, don't tell me. Better that I don't know. Who's that? She's looking at the park. She's pretty. I bet she has a story, you know? There is something about her. Too bad she seems to be in a bit of a rush. What is going on here, Doug? Looks like there's some trouble by the park gate. I smell an incident. Damn, there's no entry to the park. Now don't tell me where I can't go, young fella. If that's Miss Oldbag, bruh. I always walk through this park on my way home. Please get down from there. You'll hurt yourself, ma'am. That's quite the determined old lady. Personally, I'm a little more interested in this park. You know what I think? I bet they're filming a movie. Let's take a look. Maybe we'll see someone famous. Hey, miss, stay out of the park. He got mad at me. Did something happen here, officer? Huh? No, move along. Nothing to see. Why don't you kids go play someplace else? We're not kids, and we're not playing. I'm an attorney. Something wrong? Ah, Detective Sky. We're fine, ma'am. Nothing to report. Is this Emma Sky? Oh! Detective? I remember her, bruh. Why's she wearing a lab coat? You're hardly one to comment on how people are dressed. These kids are curiosity seekers, ma'am. They claim to be lawyers. Ah, why do you kids run along and play someplace else? Talk about a glow up. I know, she looks really good. I don't know. Who is she? The case of, it was the case with, Edgeworth's dad? It was the 5th case in the first game, I think. It was her and the, oh, what's his name? Fuck, what's his name? Ah, shit, hold on. I gotta remember. Oh, Damon Gant! Remember Damon Gant? This was the sister of the lawyer. Who was pretty much, she was, tried for murder. Tried to murder of who? It was, Jake Marshall's brother, right? Am I bugging? I might have them mixed up. Hold on. Oh no, it was the Edgeworth case. You're right. Jake Marshall, Damon Gant, the Blue Badger. Remember the Blue Badger? Hold on, I'll pull it up right here. is the wiki. This girl. They had her sister portrayed as like stabbing Jake Marshall, the cowboy motherfucker. Yeah, I remember this. With this guy. Yeah, she was. Yep. Remember, because she was put on trial for murder. I remember. He was the one that died. I don't care. Yeah, she was the sister. She was a lot younger. So. But yeah, she helped us with the investigation and shit. She was like the scientist lady. I remember. Look, we're not... Or I might spill something on that pretty face of yours. What a dose of experimental... Oh my god, I am not pronouncing that, bro. Come again? Nope. Hydroxy stuff? I'm not pronouncing that, dog. Whatever it is, it doesn't sound good. Let's go, Trucy. Try to keep out of the riffraff, if you would. Yes, ma'am. How are we going to get more information like this? Why don't we ask that nice woman across the street? Oh, yes, that nice woman. Back over here, huh? Can't wait to talk to her again. Can I ask you a question? What? What happened in the park across the street? Oh yes, quite the commotion. Chicago lightning, as the boss would say. Chicago, huh? Gunfire, someone was killed. Strange circumstances too. You're kidding. What a morning. Trouble everywhere. The park, the gate, even our house. Did something happen at your house there too? Crime without honor, well, without remorse. It's a private matter. Want to hear about it? Somehow, I don't think no is an acceptable answer, Polly. So, what happened at your house? Bloomers last night. Eh? Got a bad feeling about this. Little Plum Kitaki, the victim of a panty snatcher. What? So it wasn't just my panties that were stolen? Got you too, did they? Poor thing. Like I said, whoever did this is a hardened criminal. It wasn't you, was it? No, of course not. Mercy. I've had word that panties have been disappearing lately. Yeah, look at why is she staring at the camera like that, bro? And the missing panties all have something in common. Hard to imagine Trucy and Miss Kitaki's panties have much in common. I just imagine Mrs. Kitaki's pants. Ugh, come on, bruh. I know we'll find your bloomers too. Great. Show me what you're made of. What have you gotten me into this time, Trucy? Looking at Sue. I know she knows Sue. You looking at that girl from before? Oh, welcome home, sweetie. Sweetie? Ah, hello, mother. She's a Kitaki too? Oh, Miss. Here, our flyer. The Right Anything Agency? Anything Agency? Yeah. You like the new flyer? So, this is our defense attorney, Mr. Apollo Justice. Attorney? Drop by our office. We'll be waiting. Ah, goodbye. Why'd you give her our flyer? I don't know. She seemed like she could use some help. She's the heiress to a gangster dynasty. She doesn't need our help. I wouldn't be so sure. That's odd. I drank my weed slushy. How you feeling, Games Day? the garbage with paint on them. These are slippers. They look like those slippers you get in a hospital. Look at this, Apollo. Doesn't this go in a car? The side view mirror. Looks like it was torn off when it was smacked into something or someone. Wait, you don't think? I do. This could be from the car that hit Mr. Wright. Wow, and he took off its mirror. I never knew Daddy was so strong. I only have room in my pocket for one of these, though. Which do you want to take? I'm guessing we can go back to that. Ah, yeah, shit. It is 420. I gotta say, I'd really like to know what happened here. No dice. Anything else? Park. It says donated by Big Wins Kentucky. I mean, the Kentucky family built this park? It's so nice of them to give to the community like that. Let's not get too friendly with them, shall we? A gangster building a park? Odd move for a crime boss. Hydrate. Can you tell me anything about this mirror? That's probably from the car that knocked that fellow across the street. Right, that makes this a valuable clue. Let me know if you find that car, would you? Flash Kentucky, you pay the price. Nothing there. Okay. I think we can finally go to the next place. Of the stand theft. No. I'm gonna guess that's supposed to say noodles. So what's this place? This would be Mr. Eldoon's house, silly. Excuse me. So this is where his stand was stolen from? That poor dog. Why does he own a dog, bruh? I can see a piece of evidence lying on the ground already. Hey. Look, there's a police car parked over there. You're right. What's with that sparkly entrance? What is this place, a hospital? The sign, Meritus Clinic. Oh, that's where the thief went. The thief? The one who snatched my panties. He ran into this clinic last night. Wait, maybe that police car here to find my panties? I doubt it. Well, there's only one way to be sure. Let's investigate. Ah, there you are, Sonny. Well, you find anything yet? No, not yet. This guy about to be game stay in 20 years. The longer you loaf around here, the saltier your victory bowl gets. Just remember that. This bowl of noodles is sounding less like payment and more like punishment. So your stand, Eldoon's Noodles, was it? What the fuck? Damn right, bro. Hey, passed down from father to son. That stand's seen a share of salt. Salt runs in the family, you might say. I bet high blood pressure does too. So your stand, Eldoon's Noodles, was stolen? Oh, it wasn't just the stand that was stolen, sonny boy. I lost those wobbly wheels, my salt-crusted stew pot, my stained sign. I just lose a stand. I lost a legend. Someone steals a legend and gets away with it on my watch. Let's find that legend, Apollo. Isn't it about time he bought a new one anyway? Are there any more details that you can give me about the stand? You bet, sonny boy. Happened last night. I was blowing my whistle like always, crying the town I was. Smell of broth filled the streets thick and salty. Got home, well, right before 10 p.m., I reckon. Guess he's not aiming for that late night market. I washed my bowls and gave the wheels a squirt of grease. I went inside. When did you notice that it had been stolen? Early this morning, before the sun rose. Work starts early. That many people eat noodles for breakfast? I'm washed up on the salty shores of ruination. That stand had my whole life in it. Hey, my whole being. It took everything? All my soup stock, my noodles, my bowls, and my dreams. At least they left one bowl. Look, on the ground. If you don't find that stand today, I'll be forced to walk the streets peddling that bowl. My last bowl. Please, I'm under enough pressure here as it is. That's it. That's where the thief who snatched my panties ran to. It's a crying shame, that is. If they had to steal, make it my loincloth. Not some pretty girl's panties. Dog, she's 15. Garage, right? I don't think the thief lives here, do you? I wouldn't put it past that good-for-nothing doctor. Would you detect a little animosity here? Let's make sure to check out that garage thoroughly. Nothing about this. What's with the old men in Trucy? Yeah, I don't know. Dog. Look, a doggy. Good boy, Salty. Sure, the dog has a real name, Trucy. Yep, sure does. Name's Spoon, and it's a she, by the way. Spoon doesn't seem to seem so lively. She didn't get her bowl of salty broth this morning, that's why. Poor little thing. Apollo, let's find that stand soon for Spoon's sake. Pretty sure dogs aren't supposed to eat noodles. House is well. Oh? Been well loved, that's for sure. I've lived here with my wife for many years now. Got character though, just like my soup. Motherfucker got a wife, dog. Always thought character was a positive thing. Bro got a wife. What kind of Pokemon I named it after you? As in goo? That's quite a sign. I take it that's no as opposed to old. Ah, you like it? Made it myself, I did. Meant to write noodles, but I ran out of space. Prior planning prevents poor performance. Yup. Nice. What Pokemon? Lucky for me, it spells a word all by itself and spruces up my image, it does. Let's have a certain power, willful denial thing going on for it. The handwritten sign here, save the light. Save the light, indeed. Mr. Aldoon's house is practically in the dark here. Three shots for the price of one. The Heracross? I know Heracross. Nice. W Heracross. I guess the hospital clinic next door blocks the sunlight. Everything's gone wrong since they built this monstrosity. Broth needs sun or it rots. What's a man to do? They just want my customers to get food poisoning so they can turn a pretty profit. Seems like a lot of trouble to go through for a few extra patients. No, I can't. Okay. I understand if there was an ambulance outside, but a police car? Maybe they're tax evaders. Ah, sorry, miss. I'm going to the clinic today. Something happened? Oh no, nothing to see here. Move along. You have to find someplace else to play doctor. Looks like the right age to be playing doctor. Need a little more info on the Americans clinic. You could ask Mr. Aldoon. He is their neighbor and all. We should check out that garage. What if the thief who stole my panties is still in there? Alright. Nothing. Yes, for what? I don't need any shots, thank you. Whoever runs this clinic, they seem pretty busy-minded, business-minded. Hey, do you think something happened next door? The police car out front. Yeah, probably someone, probably gave someone food poisoning, I'll bet. If anyone's at risk of giving someone food poisoning. That police car got here this morning, actually. I asked what they were up to, but they wouldn't even tell me. The neighbor, feh. Not that I was surprised much. That doctor works for the wrong crowd. It's just a matter of time before he got what was coming to him. Wrong crowd. Never you mind about that. Working with the Yakuza. Maybe they're tax evaders. A real underground doctor. That's the place right there. That's where I keep my stand. Covered up all nice and pretty with that blue tarp there. They use this plastic sheet to cover your stand at night? I see. Is he eating his hair? Ew, bruh. You see... What? You figure out why it was stolen? Well, no, but it does suggest that the thief knew what he or she was looking for. They clearly knew what was under the sheet. So it wasn't one of those casual drive-by stand snatchers, you mean? Not bad, sonny boy. Not bad at all. All right. Very curious, Bendy. Very curious. Looks like the oil drum is connected to that sink over there. Collecting rainwater to do the dishes. How environmentally conscious. You don't think he uses rainwater to cook his noodles and make the broth, do you? I'm sure he finds the best water money can buy. Taste is his business, you know. Look, that sign over there. El Dunes only uses water from all natural sources. I think I'll take a raid check on Edie here. Very much like players. Interesting assumption, Jiro. I can't. Nothing else. To the garage. Why is there a golden skeleton? Mr. Bice, there was a panty snatcher ran. Are you sure? Maybe. Let's look for clues. Clues to a panty snatching. Clues like a pair of panties. Trucy, could you try not saying panties so many times? Johnny Ghost type, catch it. Cat. Hey, a kitty cat. You're a kitty, kitty, kitty. Oh, not coming down. We do look kind of suspicious. You have to admit. Okay, kitty cat. His hair won't hurt you. Okay, kitty cat. She won't make you disappear in her hat. Ladder. Look, folding ladder. Polly, that's called a step ladder. Come on. Step ladder, shit. A step ladder? How's that different from a regular ladder then? Much more complex piece of machinery. It's like two ladders stuck together. So you admit that basically it's a ladder, right? Wait. Huh? You have to look past the form at the essence of the thing. We'll talk about something else. There's something about this car. Take a closer look. Panties! That reminds me. I once read a record of a case that Mr. Ray worked on many years ago. Apparently, there was this car with a piece of cloth shoved into the tailpipe. That piece of cloth turned out to be a vital clue to solving the case. And you know what case that was? That was the Emma Sky case. That lady we saw at the park. That was her case. Well, not her case, but she was helping us with the case to defend her sister. Wow. I remember that case record whenever I'm checking out a car. I always check the tailpipe. Everyone's got to have a hobby, I guess. Wouldn't it be funny if... Hey, there's something in there. What? Wait a second. Are these your... My panties? What? Already? Wow, thank you, Apollo. You're a genius, amazing. No, really, don't mention it. No, I'm serious. I'm really impressed. Must have a nose for finding girls' panties. That is not yours. What are those? My little panties, of course. They've come home to Mama. I can't wait to use them. You're going to put them on now? Watch closely now. See? Nothing in the panties. Ta-da! Whoa! Where'd that come from? How'd that bowl get in your panties? The panties are in an extra dimensional space. Anything... Oh, wow. What is she saying right now, bruh? They're my magic panties. One of my best tricks. Magic panties? They love them over at the Wonder Bar. I do shows there nightly. Oh boy. Who's gonna tell her, dog? Sure this ain't hentai game? At this point, dog, anything's possible. You mean those panties are a prop? You could have told me a little sooner. Stop with the goddamn red flags. Gorilla, make it stop, bruh. Well, that's one case closed, at least. What are you saying? We still have to catch the sly devil that ran off with the tool of my trade. Oh, right. Bendy, make it stop. My coworkers hear you. Panties! Something tells me we're not finished searching this garage anyway. Oh. My fault. I'll try to get you in trouble. I can't with Tracy. It's Trucy, Bendy. Trucy. Look, a cell phone. Someone dropped it beneath this tire. If the car moved, it would be crushed for sure. I wonder if it belongs to the doctor here. Should bring it to him later. There you go, Bendy. Hey, look at that! The mirror's been broken off. Now this is a clue. What? You're smiling like you know something I don't. You aren't keeping a clue from me, are you, Polly? A clue, let's see. I think I do have the clue you've got in mind.
Take that!
Take that! My clue is this. Whoa, it's the same color and size and everything. Perfect match. Excuse me. I guess we should check it out. Oops. Actually, I haven't saved in a while. 2 pieces of garbage. Yeah, we got it. Well, looks like we just solved the case. The car that hit Daddy last night is sitting right in front of us. Yep. Wow. What the pro and professional, Apollo. Gee, thanks, Trucy. Apollo. Huh? What is it? Now that we've solved this case, we should go report to Daddy. He'll mope if we leave him alone too long, knowing him. Okay. He doesn't seem the type to mope, though. This is hardly a case worth reporting. Hey, look at this phone. The funny phone, man. Look at this cute little watch strap. I want one. Kind of odd, though. What is? I mean, if you want to know the time, you just look at the phone itself. Hey, you're right. Sharp, Apollo. Thanks. Finally, some respect. What does that tell you? Well, the owner of this phone doesn't think through the details, for one. They did drop their phone, after all. Kind of figured they were a little spacey already. Oh, good point. Sure, dog. Doesn't matter? I was just wondering if there was like a switch on these. Of course not. Huh? Mysterious. Oh, do you want to know the secret of my panties? No, thanks. Who uses magic panties at a stage show anyways? Julius. What? There could have been a vital clue Bendy had to make sure, dog. Leave no stone unturned, as they say, bro. Someone's there. Oh, it's just a gold-painted human skeleton. Just a human skeleton? Painted gold? There's a mannequin hand waving to us from the box behind the skeleton. I miss the conversations about noodles now. Me too. Screams something, that's for sure. Is that it? Is that it? Okay. She knows what she's doing. Little weirdo. Mr. Wright's gone. Maybe he's gone for an examination? He'll probably be back soon. Let's wait. I think it might take some time. Daddy always loves his examinations. Don't ask, Justice. You don't want to know. Why don't we come back later? Yeah, I guess you're right. Hey, lady. Sure these aren't hers, bruh. Okay, can't do anything there. Alright, what do I need to do now? Oh, we have to wait for right. Oh, maybe I have to, like, look in there. I didn't even think about looking, like, in the apartment. Or in the, in the clinic. That's a friggin' mess. Small children's piano. I guess the man likes pink. Bottle of Mr. Wright's favorite brand of grape juice. After that trial, I never drink grape juice again. Clearly not a problem for Mr. Wright, however. Mr. Wright's bed. Wow, what a mess. Juicy must be in charge of cleaning at home. Swaying, spiraling stack of DVD cases. It's ready to collapse. Better keep my distance. Television's been left on to an episode of The Steel Samurai. Looks like the same episode as before. It must be his favorite. Aren't those like the death flowers? Like some type of like a flower. That it? Can I talk to Trucy? Yeah. Well, you want to see them again? Well, if you must. No, I'm fine, really. Let's just put them away, shall we? Case closed. What are you talking about? Case isn't closed until we have our thief. Just find him on the side while you work on the other cases. If it were that easy, we wouldn't need the police. If we don't need the police, then we don't need the defense attorneys either, right? Fine. I'll look for your panty snatcher. Those were some puffy gym shorts. Nope, those are big girl panties. Ew. Yeah, I'm good, Jiro. Nasty ass. Checked everything. She's 17, Jiro. She's actually 15. Unless she's lying about her age, she says she's 17, but she said she's 15.
Hidden Harpazo asked me,
Christ.
Why does thy living legend wear panties? I am unable to provide a response to that question. Can I assist you with anything else?
Nope. You don't want to talk about the panties, bruh. Joel, you bum. Why is Joel a bum? Body fragile. That's not creepy. It saw 17. Edge. Maybe in the later games, Joel, way to spoil, man. Shaking my head, bro. Is this yours, Mr. Eldoon? Hey, that there's the heart and soul of Eldoon's noodles. The bowl absorbs my salty soup. Pretty soon it's gonna taste just like noodles. Wow, it does smell like noodles. My other bowls got taken away with my stand. Give them back for me, sonny boy, I'm begging you. Okay. Would you call a doctor that checks a child's body a psychopath? What? What are you talking about? What? Alright, so I think I got the bowl. That was another piece of evidence. I could probably go back. Probably just needed that piece of evidence. Yep. Yo, how goes it? Daddy, how do you feel? Not bad, Trucy. Not bad. To have you youngins on the case. That's old Daddy gets some well-deserved R&R. The elderly need their arrest. Yeah, isn't he only 33? We've cleared out most of the cases. I was right about you. Competent, capable. Tell me what you found out if you want to. Your enthusiasm is overwhelming. Well, I certainly didn't expect you to back this early. Polly's amazing. He found my panties so quick. Almost like he was the one who stole them. You have an interesting concept of praise. And? You find the mad driver who gave me that 30-foot toss? Apparently, it was a doctor from the Meritus Clinic. Meritus, eh? I've heard of him. Nothing good, mind you. That reminds me, a police car was parked outside the clinic. Maybe something happened. What is this Meritus Clinic anyway? All I've heard are the rumors. The clinic's been making good money. In a bad way. Bad. Ties to organized crime. The Kentucky family. Oh my god, we got different families. The Kitaki... Oh my god, I can't pronounce that now. Kitaki family? You did that on purpose. Some injuries you can't take on a public hospital, see? They use the Meritus Clinic for their patch-up jobs. Interesting. Looked like something had happened in the park. Ah, the body was found there in unusual circumstances. Something more unusual than being dead? Not our concern in any case. Right, let's ignore that and find the noodle stand. Whatever happened to professional courtesy? Curiosity. Thanks, really. If I get tired of sleeping, maybe I'll head down to the Meritus place. Maybe hit him up for some reparations. A little legal action would do me some good. I was wondering when I get paid. We saw the case of your accident and found a missing article of clothing. My panties! Come on. That leaves the noodle stand. Eh? Feel free to drop in if you get stuck. I'd be happy to help you with anything not involving money. Goodbye, quid pro quo. Hello, pro bono. Right, back to the office to plan our next move. Bono! Hey, yo! You're the one from the Kitaki place. Yes. I knew it! Something's the matter, and you want our help, right? Well, you've come to the right place. This way, please. Thank you. My name's, Alita Tiala. I have a request. God, how many requests am I gonna fucking take? Your request? Let me guess. Something's been stolen. Your flyer. It says now defending, so I thought... What? You mean you want me to defend you? Me? Maybe you can tell us what happened. Were you hit by a car? Did someone steal your stand or your panties? No. I'm not the client, actually. The client would be my fiancé. I suppose you call him. Fiancé? What happened to him, then? He was arrested this morning. This charge was murder. Murder? Have you heard about what happened at the park? So what's your story? You frequent the Kitaki Mansion, yes? Are you a member of their, organization? Quid pro, Jiro, be giving up your panties. No, not yet. Not yet. You see, I'm gonna be married next month to the boss's son. The boss's son, so he's a gangster? Yes, but the Kitakis are locally responsible gangsters. That'd be nice for a change. Quit my boring job, live the good gangster life. I think you're onto something. This is Kitaki. I like the sound of that. I'm not sure your daddy would care much for that. What happened? I haven't been told all the details. I do know a body was found in the park near the Kitaki Mansion. There were a lot of police cars there. Apparently, the victim was shot with a pistol. But I hear the circumstances of the shooting were rather unusual. And your fiance was arrested for this? What sort of person is your fiance? Your fiance is the Kitaki family's only son, correct? His name's Waki. Waki Kitaki. I brought a photo. Oh, wow, bro. What is going on? Well, that's quite the photo. Man, this motherfucker's got a blue badger shirt. It's all falling into place, bro. He's got a blue badger shirt. That's the case where we saw the lady from the park. It's the same case. Behind my panties. That's Snorlax with sunglasses. No, bro, that's the blue badger. Oh, I know. Oh, he can be powerful and menacing, but so cute. But if he's the boss's only son, yes, I'm sure he'll take his father's place someday. Yeah, I'm a boss already of this agency. Please help my Waki, please. Right. My first solo defense case. Crime boss's son or not, I'll prove he's innocent. I prepared a letter of request. I know you need those. Thanks, lady. Detention. Polly, you look as happy as a clam in its shell. For a lawyer, this is it. The place where the battle begins. Ahem, you need something? Ah, yes, we're attorneys. I was hoping we could see Mr. Waki Kitaki. Sorry, he's in questioning right now. Could take a while. Drat. Oh well, guess we'll have to come back later then. So much for that battle. Get out of my house! Ah, shit, I'm in the wrong place. Fuck. Yo, why is Granny still trying to get over the damn fence? Granny, stop, bruh. So this is it, my first murder crime scene. Ah, you kids again. Look, can't you find some other place to play? We're not playing. We're, investigating. Aren't we, Apollo? Sir, I have a letter of request here. Letter of... Huh? Why does it say hit request on it? Miss Tiala must have used the Kitaki stationery. Excuse me, coming through. It's you, Mr. Gavin. Who's this guy? I must say, I'm used to being inspected by the ladies. But this is the first time I felt this way with a man. Oh. Mr. Gavin? Bro. Did he wiggle his way out and give himself a new look? That new Snaggletooth hero on Overwatch is a menace. What do you think? She's pretty good. She is pretty good. Definitely balanced, I think. One of the more balanced characters. What is a sweet morsel like you doing in such a dismal place? Can I help? Yes. The policeman officer fellow here won't let us in. We even have a letter of request. Must be exhausted standing out here. I'll take you to the scene of the crime. Oh, really? By your leave, officer. Yeah. Yes, sir. Of course, sir. Very well. This way. She goes, we. You know, I think I like him already. He was the guy from the first one. Hey, what about me? On that note, enjoy your investigation. Thank you. Will we see you again? Ask the wind. I don't even know how to pronounce that, bro. Fraulein? I'll be writing on it. Who was that? Apollo, look! A corpse! What? Hey, it's just a mannequin. Wow, sure got me. Fraulein? Fraulein? Okay. Might I ask exactly what it is you're doing here? Oh, it's you! How'd you kids get in here? Oh, this guy, well, he was more like a prince, really. He let us in. Him again. That glimmerous fop. I was getting in my way. Anyway, this scene is off limits. Excuse me, we have a letter of request. One moment. Why is she holding that big magnifying glass? L goo. L you! Why is it L me, bruh? L you. I'd recognize that handwriting anywhere. Scientific analysis always says this was written by Alida Tiala. Thanks. Took you 30 minutes to figure that out. So, what's up with the mannequin over there? Taking the place of the body, preserving the scene of the crime as it was found. The body was pulling the stand? So you're a defense attorney, are you? Detective Emma Sky. I'm in charge of this crime scene. She doesn't seem that happy about it. She doesn't seem that happy about many things. I trust you know how to stay out of the way. I always carry 2 pairs of handcuffs just in case. Detective Sky? Quiet, please. Snack time. Daniel! We're not making much progress here. You must not be very busy. Never seem to get a lucky break. Back after 9 years, and they won't give me the position I requested. Then I hear he gave up the defense attorney life. Yeah, Phoenix. He? Who's he? Next defense attorney? I wonder who, bruh. Detective Sky? Quiet, please. It's snack time. We're not making much progress here. You must not be very busy. Okay. So, are we really just gonna do this the entire time? Oh my god, bro. Alright. Alright, I get it, bro. I get it. Whatever, bro. I tried to make sure, because there might have been something after I did all 3. Had to make sure, bro. Alright. Fuck her. Or this. Hey there, no messing with the crime scene. But we need to investigate. Investigation has to be carried out by professionals scientifically. She's not going to let us check out the crime scene, is she? Hey, Apollo. My very unscientific analysis tells me something here is very suspicious. I think I know what you mean. It's kind of hard not to notice. Better check out what we came here to find, at least. We need this noodle shot. Apollo, look! That stand. Eldoon. It says Eldoon. I've noticed. Well, you've solved the case of the missing stand, at least. Though the circumstances could be better. Alright, I'm fucking getting out of here, bro. Man. Turn into a jerk. I missing something still? What's going on in this emo? I kicked my light. Let's just say I was jamming out to Kung Fu Panda drunk, and I kicked my light. The light kicked me back, yes. Well, like it shattered back. You found his stand and everything. What about our free bowl? Oh, too bad. Looks like we'll have to wait a little longer for that bowl. So sorry. Oh, what a bummer. You not here? Bro, where'd he go? Man, no. No. There is a clip there. It's actually one of the featured clips. It's literally just called Kung Fu Fight. You can just look at it if you want. It should be like on the top of the page. She's not here either. Where did everybody go? I'm gonna go talk to Phoenix. I'm gonna go talk to Phoenix. I haven't saved in a while. Just order what I miss. Emma Sky's being a bitch. Need a hand goo? I think I'm good. I got it. Ah, you're back. Run into some problems? Oh, Polly, didn't you want to tell Daddy something? Who? Me? No. I'm fine, really. What's this? No, there is a problem. No problem. Actually, I got a defense request. Defense request? That is the problem. Huh? I've given up the court. I'm not a lawyer anymore. The request was from me. Oh, right. You're a lawyer, aren't you? He's doing that on purpose. I know it. Yeah, we found the noodle car. Someone was murdered out in the park, and they were pushing the noodle cart. What about this defense request? It's related to the murder in People's Park, actually. Guess what? We found Mr. Eldoon's noodle stand at the scene of the crime. Did you now? That's unusual indeed. Never heard of a noodle stand being used as a murder weapon. I think the murder weapon was something else. You mean you don't know what the murder weapon was? My chest hurts laughing. I just said the clip to your mom and sister. Oh boy. What kind of detective wears a lab coat anyway? A lab coat? Didn't think she'd be involved with this. You know her? You could say that. So you know her, don't you? I met her on a case. This was about 10 years ago. She was still a high school student at the time. That would make her about the same age as me. That's my daddy. He knows all the police types. Oh wait, maybe you know that other guy too. That other guy. That shiny prince on the motorcycle. Prince? Paul, tell me about this Prince of Trucies. Indulge a concerned father. He was at the crime scene. He looked just like Mr. Gavin. Did he now? You know him? My guess is he's Christoph Gavin's younger brother. His brother? We're acquaintances after a fashion. Clavier Gavin, rock and roll god incarnate. Clavier? What a lovely name. He's so dreamy. I didn't know Mr. Gavin had a brother. What was he doing out there? I have a feeling you'll be crossing paths again soon. Now, what was the problem again? Having trouble investigating the crime scene in the park? Yeah, the detective woman won't let us. Go to the office. Under the silk top hat, you'll find a bottle of white powder. Try taking that to this detective. White powder. I hope it's not what I think it is. Just take it to her. It'll be fine, you'll see. Oh, and tell her I said hi. Alright, hold on. Before I do that, I gotta piss. I'll be right back. That light you hit back so good and the music was perfect. If the powder, we must make sure. Hey, you can powder, bro, and get so fucking ballistic. Go to the bathroom real quick. Not gonna lie, Detective Jiro, you're fired, dog. What? I'm just kidding, bro. You're rehired. I just wanted to say you were fired. You're rehired, bro. Welcome back. All right. Where did you say it was? Under the silk hat. So this must be the silk top hat Mr. Wright mentioned. Hired the panty sniffer again, huh? System is corrupt. Well, I mean, if I have you hired, girl, I have to hire him. Defeat both of my cats. I'm sorry, bro. Let's take a closer look, huh? Whoa! You know what this is, Trucy? I remember finding something in Daddy's dresser when I was little. I thought it was sugar, so I licked it. He got mad at me. Getting more and more suspicious. Sure to know what that white powder is. Cocaine in the panties. Come on, bruh. Does this ring any bells? Ah, is that a gun? Where did you get that? I borrowed it from the office. You work at the Wright & Co. law offices, yes? Yeah, sort of. Detective Sky, how do you know my daddy? Daddy? I'm sorry, who would you say you were? Trucy Wright, Phoenix Wright's daughter. What? Mr. Wright has a daughter? You seem shocked. Well, if you're Mr. Wright's daughter and you're his apprentice, then I'm available to help you in any way I can. Oh, thanks. Sorry about not calling me Mr. Wright's apprentice. This powder is used for detecting fingerprints. Fingerprints? I guess you might call it a memento from the time I spent with Mr. Wright. White powder memories. Come on, bruh. If you find any evidence with fingerprints on it, please let me know. We'll dust for prints. Well, she's quite the eager beaver all of a sudden. Why did it so many times on the YouTube shorts? Of course you did. This is Mr. Aldoon's noodle stand, obviously. It does say Aldoon in big letters, doesn't it? And that mark on his paper lantern there looks familiar. It's gonna be a little weird telling him, but with the corpse and all. Anyway, that wraps up. Aw, motherfucking Cheez-Its. That wraps up 3 of our cases. That's right. Congratulations, Apollo. And leaves us with 1 case that's worse than all 3 put together. Moide. Mannequin is dressed up to look like a police officer. Let's see one at the station. A mannequin in place of a body. Sorry. The body of the victim has already been removed. Here's the victim with the noodle stand thief. What, you think someone killed him because he stole it? Part of me was scared that you cut your face with that glass. I seen that I would have helped you first and laughed my ass off. Well, so funny thing is, when it fell, it did hit me in the face. It got real close to my eye. It hit me like in the cheekbone. When I got up, I looked down at like one of the pieces of the shattered glass and there was blood on it. And I was super confused because I was like feeling around my face and I couldn't feel any blood. So I'm like, oh my God, where did I cut myself? And I guess it was just like on my ring finger. So I thought I cut myself in the face. Nah, it was just my finger. Yeah, I was very long gone. Let's just say that's the last time I'm ever playing Lethal Company drunk. Or doing a Lethal Company drinking game. Let's just say I had more than double than anybody else that played. Taking care of business, little plum Kataki style. Never say never, Goo. I'm saying never. Try not to sound too eager about that, please. There's gotta be a good clue or two around here. You and your trash cans. Go ahead, knock yourself out. Can't you see I'm only doing my... Huh? Look, another pair of underwear. Oh, Paul, you're a genius at finding panties. Stop saying that. Wait, these aren't... They're not mine? So these have been stolen too? We already know who those are. Benches line the river running through the park. Oh, a little urban oasis. Bet children come here to splash around in the water. That river's a little deep for splashing, and a little dirty. Or they can listen to the water and pretend they were playing. Boomers are just stupid shorts. Stop calling them panties. They call them panties, bro. Bloomers, my fault, bro. But these ones are panties, so like... I don't know what to tell you, Joel. Clumsy like that without drinks. Alien isolation drinking game. Hell no. Tell me you'll send me your panties. I ain't got panties, bruh. Not even 1 second. Alright. In the door. No! You don't get the fucking door. Look like shower caps turn into shorts. Oh boy. What kind of case did I get myself into, bruh? It's a knife? A shiv, to be precise. Oh, lingo. The defendant, Waki Kitaki, is the son of the known gangsters. The police are assuming this belongs to him. Wait, wasn't the murder weapon a pistol? Huh? Look at this. There's a handprint on this shiv. Handprint? There might be a fingerprint. Let's investigate. Right, first, choose the fingerprint you want to examine. Choose a fingerprint. Look closely at the handle. See, there's more than one fingerprint there. Those black spots? That's right. Pick the one you want to analyze. Right, let's get detecting. Ah, she's practically glowing with excitement. First, sprinkle some aluminum powder over the print. The press of A like this, see? The oil left by the print absorbs the aluminum powder, so you just dust it on and blow it off. But blow? It's like whistling. You know how to whistle, don't you? Just use Y and... Wow, amazing! It's just like magic. Isn't it, though? Alright, let's give it a shot. Incidentally, it's important that you cover the entire finger with white powder. Ah! Thanks. I'll expect the panties in the mail by that door. I don't even... Am I supposed to cover this entire fucking thing? I'm gonna... Anyways. Let's waste it. Waste it. Waste it. Good. Clear. Quite impressive. Next, to match the print. The police has samples so you can tell whose fingers these belong to. That doesn't sound like as much fun as actually finding the print. Okay, pick the person whose print you think this is. Probably have a good idea whose knife this is already. It's Trucy! Kind of does look like Trucy's. This guy is 25. We haven't even seen this motherfucker. Pal. His name's Pal. Plum. She's 42. Holy fuck. $1980 levels of cocaine. I can't keep up. Huh? Keep on sniffing, bro. I can't even say that with a straight face. Keep on sniffing. So the fingerprints do belong to the defendant. Yes, it's amazing. Ah, the power of science. It's my life. Yes, sir, sniffer. Okay, put your sniffer away, bro. I don't need a corpse in my chat. Look sharp. Spirits up. The real fight is yet to come. Chin up, Polly. Trial hasn't even started and I'm already losing. Ain't nothing but a thing. Excuse you, Joel. That was gross. The report came in last night. The body was found much as you see it now. Except it was a real body. But why? Why was a body pulling a noodle stand? If I knew the answer to that, I wouldn't still be here. Well, what was the cause of death? Bullet wound to the temple. He was shot by a pistol. A pistol? Not the easiest thing to come by in this day and age. Unless you're a cop or a gangster. Incidentally, the victim's name was Pal Mercatus. Meroctus. Oh, he was the victim. I just received the autopsy report, in fact. Damn. After 10 p.m., cause of death, single bullet to the right temple. I mean, really, what's up with this case? Enough to make me want to run off pulling a mysterious noodle stand behind me. Not so mysterious, actually. You should tell her, Apollo. After all, we know where the stand came from. A likely story, I didn't come here to play games, you know. Actually, we do know where the noodle stand came from. Noodle stand's owner is... Dr. Hickfield.
Take that!
Damn. Who's the old guy? This is the proprietor of Eldoon's Noodles, Mr. Eldoon himself. He's famous in this part of town. Not bad. I guess Mr. Wright picked the right kid for the job. That saved me a lot of work. Thanks. What sort of person was the victim anyway? I mean, what did he do? He was a doctor. A doctor? Trying to see a connection here. Different fingerprints of the panties! That name's the same from the hospital. Yeah, it is. Probably the CEO or something. Who, me? I'm just a supervisor for this crime scene. Detective Sky. I was out of the country for a while. I came back to be a forensic scientist. Oh, were you studying abroad? Something like that. I was studying in Europe. Forensic sciences, mind you. When I got back here, they threw me in criminal affairs just like that. Why didn't you just become a forensic expert in Europe? Well, I suppose that was an option, but I had a lot of favors to repay people back here. Favors? Wasn't she in high school when she left? What? What's that look for? I was involved in an incident before I left. But Mr. Wright and his people helped me out. I owed them. Really? I had no idea. She's been out of the country for a while. Probably doesn't know about Mr. Wright's current state of affairs. Could you tell us a bit about the defendant? He's the only son of the Kitaki family, yes? Waki Kitaki. I don't know if he is the boss's son, but he's certainly throwing his weight around. Violently. In the detention center. I see. Why was he arrested in the first place? You are a defense attorney, aren't you? You're not his by any chance. Actually, yes I am. Well, we have a witness to the moment of the crime. Eh? The witness called the police. He'll be testifying during the trial tomorrow. What? Oh boy. Well, let's see. Apparently he's a physician at a clinic in the area. Quite well off too, from the sound of it. Clinic's name is the Merectus Clinic. Maybe that's why the cop car was parked there. What? You been to the clinic? Yeah. Though on a related issue. I told the detective about the case of the stolen noodle stand. I see. So that means Dr. Merectus stole the stand and pulled it all the way here? That would seem to be the case. But why? Don't ask me. So, have you met the defendant? No. Visiting hours are almost over at the detention center. Might think about wrapping up here and heading over. Good idea. I don't know what good it is. I don't know what good it will do. We have a witness and a knife with prints. Have I mentioned before I've got a bad feeling about this? Don't worry, it's like a right tradition. Some traditions I could live without. Am I gonna meet this little shithead? Okay, so we can't look at the people. How do we look at the people? It doesn't show me Apollo Justice? Yo, they don't tell us Hickfield. Sorry, meeting hours for the day are all done. But we still have 3 minutes! I'll put in your request, but don't expect anything. The father's talking in the private room with him. The father? You mean like a priest? I mean the suspect's father, Mr. Winfred. Big Wins Kitaki himself. Not someone I care to meet. Guy, you're the one on your way out, old... Ah, they're here. Oh, wow. Whoa. This guy radiates power. Power with a cute apron? You Waki's lawyer? Yes, sir. Well, I'm Big Wins Kitaki, 4th head of the Kitaki family. Capiche? Actually, I came to speak to your son. Mr. Justice. Yes? My son's innocent. He killed no one. If you were found guilty, it wouldn't be good. Capiche? Yes, I'm all about capiching. Capiche loud and clear. You gotta do more than just understand to make it. You'll learn, though. Even if the lessons come at the end of your short life. That'll feel so good. What's the big idea, old man? You can't treat me like a kid no more now. No more, not now. Oh, wow, he is straight out of an anime, bro. You know, I want to go to the clink. I like it here. He must be walking. A G's not a G till he does hard time. Bazooey. You'll see when I get out of here, things will change. Silence. Damn. My apologies, Mr. Justice. He's usually such a nice boy. Forgive me if I have a hard time believing that. Huh. Can't take me under your wing this time, old man. You heard me? I don't need no trial. I did it. I think that's enough for today, Mr. Justice. Don't let me down tomorrow. I barely got to talk to the man. So much for talking to our client. Oh, we made so much progress today. You even found my panties. I have fun, at least. Of course. Biggest mystery of all remains. How am I supposed to build a case for the trial? Oh, almost forgot. It's time for my show. Tonight I'm performing at the Wonder Bar. You should come check it out. From Yakuza to housekeeper vibes. I was gonna say, I don't think he's the man of the house. I think it's that. I think it's Little Plum. Alright. It's trial day. Should we save the entire trial for tomorrow, or do we do a little bit today? I got like an hour left. What should we do? Should we save it for tomorrow? Save the entire trial for tomorrow? Today I'm gonna play this tomorrow. Or do we do a little bit tonight? Oh, I don't really want to be left off. I don't want to be cliffhanger. No, I'm asking. Jiro, do I do a little bit today, or do I save it all for tomorrow? I mean, I really don't want to be left off on a cliffhanger. I'm down for whatever. Me. Tomorrow? Yeah, should. Maybe I'll hold off for tomorrow. Do the trial tomorrow. No more panty talk. You don't like the panty talk, Bandy? Short stream today, bro? No, not a short stream. I'll probably play something, but probably should just save this for tomorrow. Boar shop? Ooh, Benny, I can't wait. That was me falling asleep, bro. Okay. We'll do the entire trial tomorrow. It's probably going to be a longer trial. So yeah, we'll probably be able to do. And plus, I have Sunday off, or I have Monday off, so I can do as much as I need to tomorrow without, you know, pressing for time. So yeah, we'll do the trial tomorrow. And then Tuesday we have Elden Ring. Tuesday and Wednesday we'll do Elden Ring. Then probably either Thursday or Saturday we'll continue this. But yeah, we'll get through this trial in this episode tomorrow. Yeah, we'll do that. 4.8 hours. Damn, Bandy. Motherfucker acting like he ain't gonna cool add persona. That's, yeah. When they add persona to board, then we could talk. I'm not dropping Smeldon Ring, bro. Uh-oh. Hold on. Uh-oh. Hey, fellas. Not dropping it, bro. All right, we got like an hour. What do you want to do? Tolerate Soul Cinder ain't no. Not gonna lie. Watch me, Joel. How much money? How much money? Am I gay now? What? Why would you say that? Do I fuck around and do a little Yakuza 3, bruh? I don't know if I want to play Overwatch. I've played a lot of Overwatch recently. A lot. I gotta play pool and shit in this dumbass game. Tell that to Miss Itzel, bro. Hey! Alright? I can't beat him. And I'm not going back. I'm not grinding him anymore. I'm not. Time to check the shop. I'm not checking no damn board shop, Benny. Nope. Oh. Lost a lot of comp. Bro. Not really. Yakuza 3 or Overwatch, bro? I'll do Overwatch. I'm not playing comp, though. You play Fury. Shit. Okay. Madge. What? Quit Madging at me. Alright. I've edited the YouTube stream. If anybody's VOD watching at YouTube, I'll be back on this tomorrow. Chilling. We'll finish that trial tomorrow. And then Tuesday is Elden Ring. Alright? Stay tuned, fellas.